that, alternate fact. My favorite one was, for the last 2 or 3 years, she talked about watching them paint the church.
All right, I'd like to call to order our special city council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 5th at 5 p.m. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I've never heard that kind of echo before. That's amazing.
That sounded good, and it
sounded good.
Yes, thank you. All right, roll call, Carrie, please.
Mayor Preden?
I am here.
Council President Blum?
Here.
Councilor Letts?
Here.
Councilor Ross?
Present.
Councilor Cobb?
Here.
All right, this is the time set for a public hearing on an application for an emergency shelter proposed at 192 West Barclay Drive to accommodate up to 20 sleeping pads or cots and services such as showers, laundry, and case management for mental health and addiction and housing resources. This application was submitted by the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter, and this meeting is now called to order. This public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will make a presentation and councilors may ask questions to staff. Entry of additional correspondence received into the record. The next thing is opening the public hearing for testimony in the following order. Brief applicant presentation, testimony from others, and rebuttal testimony from the applicant. The next step will be questions of staff, if any, by the city council. Then we will close the public hearing. There will be no further public comments. At that time, discussion and decision by the city council will be made. The council's decision on this matter will not be actually final until it's reduced to a written decision, and that will not happen tonight. But you will know the direction that the council has gone. Testimony will be accepted in person or remotely via Zoom. If you would like to speak, please provide your testimony after you are called. If you do not wish to provide testimony, please say no testimony after your name is called. Any questions should be directed to me as the mayor, and I will decide if, when, and how best a response will be provided. When you testify, please state your name and address for the record. Please speak clearly and loudly to ensure testimony is heard as this hearing is being recorded. Callers will be muted after their testimony concludes. At my discretion, I may limit testimony to 3 minutes per person. With the amount of people that we have, I'm going to have to do that, so we're not here till midnight, if that's okay. I would encourage those wishing to speak to keep testimony concise and relevant to the issue before us this evening. It is encouraged to simply agree with a point made by another person instead of remaking the same point. Please note that all prior testimony pertaining to this emergency shelter on the subject property, whether submitted in writing or made at council's August 9th, 2023 city council meeting, work session, and meeting have been included in the record, and thus you will not need to refile or remake such comments for them to be considered as part of the hearing. We have all of the emails and all of the comments. The applicable approval criteria for the subject application are listed in the staff report. These are the criteria that the city council must use in making this decision. If you believe there to be additional criteria that apply to the application, cite such additional criteria and explain why it is applicable. All testimony and evidence should be directed toward applicable or potentially applicable approval criteria. Testimony that is not directed towards applicable or potentially applicable approval criteria, even if it's a strong point, is ultimately not relevant. It is now time for disclosures. At this time, I asked the members of the city council to disclose any ex parte contacts, bias, or conflicts of interest. When your name is called, please indicate the nature and extent of the ex parte contact, bias, or conflict of interest, and indicate whether you intend to participate in or abstain from the hearing. Councilor Cobb.
I have no bias or conflict of interest or ex parte contacts, and I intend to participate.
Councilor Ross.
I had one phone call from a county commissioner wanting to be sure that I knew that the escrow on the property in question was coming up soon. And to keep that in mind, I informed the counselor that we have a process, we're going to follow the process, and we will see where that leads, and that escrow issues are not our concern at this point in time. I feel that that does not preclude me from the conversation or discussion, and I am ready to participate.
Thank you. Counselor Letts?
I have no conflicts and I'm ready to participate.
All right.
I have no conflicts and I'm ready to participate.
I've had a few conversations with members of the public, but they're not ex parte. They were in very general nature, and people have voluntarily given me their views without having any conversation on occasion. But I have no conflict and no true ex parte communications, and I intend to participate in this meeting and provide a vote if we get there at the end of the evening. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the ability of any city councilor to hear this matter? I will take that as a no, thank you. It's time for our staff report. Scott Woodford, Community Development Director. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and also welcome the applicant as well as the public to the meeting here tonight. This is a request for an emergency shelter under House Bill 2006. I'm going to pull up my... and as you mentioned, there is applicable criteria that we need to follow in order to come up with our decision. Staff put together a full packet with some analysis on that criteria that was directed to council and was available to the public. There was also the applicant's application in that packet, as well as all the public comment that had been received to that date, which was as of last week. As the mayor mentioned, we've continued to get a stream of public commentary submitted almost up until the meeting tonight, and the ones that didn't get in the packet have been forwarded either via email to you, council, or provided in front of you tonight. So I'm going to go through a presentation that covers the proposal and also takes a look, like I said, at the evidence in the record that we use to determine whether this application complies or doesn't comply. And speaking of that, I just got another email as I said that. So I'll probably continue to get those through the night. Property in question, as noted, is 192 West Barclay Drive. It's up here noted in the red box up there. The site is approximately 5.53 acres. It's zoned light industrial. The zoning in this case is not applicable because local land use laws are not in play here.
Can you share your screen, please?
Have I not shared my screen?
Not share your screen.
Oh,
Let me get off on mine.
yeah. Is that better?
Second or not. Is it showing up on yours? Did you share the screen via Zoom?
Yeah.
We have it.
Yay.
Okay. All right, I think we're good now. So as you can see on the screen now, you can see a aerial of the context of the site, the proposed site in red there, and adjacent to Barclay Drive, Curtis Court, and opposite Ayler Court. The surrounding property owners are made up of business owners of manufacturing, light industrial businesses, industrial business that has a yard to store their vehicles. So that's kind of the context of the site. Kind of stepping back from that map is one that shows the site in a little bit broader context. And you can see the colors on the map. The colors denote to zoning. The purple, again, is light industrial. To the north is some North Sisters Business Park zone land, which is a little bit lighter industrial, mixed use types of properties. And then you can see the yellow both on the north side of the map and down in the southwestern corner, some residentially zoned properties, which is in yellow. And then in the upper northwest part, you can see the green part is National Forest land. So it just gives a little context to the location. What is the application's request? Has been noted in the applicant's submitted materials that this is for a emergency shelter. Those are the terms that they use. Emergency shelter to accommodate up to 20 sleeping pads or cots, and resource center providing services such as showers, laundry, and case management, and mental health and addiction and housing resources. According to the application, they'll be operating winter operations from November to March between the hours of 6 p.m. and 7 a.m. The application notes that volunteers will be on site to serve food and monitor from the hours of 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then paid staff to monitor from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or to 7 a.m. Excuse me. They don't in their application note under what specific conditions that they would be operating. In the past, we've had some emergency resolutions that have limited the usage of those facilities to 35 degrees or less, but there's nothing noted in the application similar to that. Summer operations are noted as on an as-needed basis, and that was that would be for extreme heat and or smoke. And then the resource center is to provide quote unquote essential services, showers and laundry, and the counseling services. Paid staff and volunteers to operate for limited hours each week. Again, specific times not disclosed or not to be determined, I think was what the terminology in the application used. And folks who come to the shelter will need to sign and abide by a code of conduct that they've included. So a little bit about House Bill 2006, and then how it has been amended by House Bill 3395. House Bill 2006 was signed into law in 2021, and it was signed into law to remove barriers for siting of emergency shelters and requires local governments to approve these shelters irrespective of our local land use regulations if it meets the specific criteria in the bill, which we'll get to. That bill was to expire at the end of June of 2023, but or July of 1st of 2023. But prior to that, the state approved House Bill 3395, which extended it permanently. Well, not permanently, but for the foreseeable future. Instead of a strict time metric, they're using a metric that compares the houseless population relative to the overall population, and so it'll stay in effect until that percentage drops below a certain threshold. The other key changes from House Bill that came out of House Bill 3395 was to change the operator requirement timeline. Previously, there was a requirement that the operators had to have experience dating back to January 1st, 2018. That was changed with House Bill 3395, so that the threshold now is just that they had to show 3 years of experience prior to the date of the application for the shelter. The House Bill 3395 also clarified that the city can approve or deny an application via public hearing. That was not clear in House Bill 2006. And then it also specifies when attorney fees are awarded as any part of writ of review of an appeal of a local government decision on a emergency shelter. As far as the procedural history for this application, the original application was submitted June 27th, 2023. On August 14th of 2023, the applicant withdrew their application. and then filed a new application the day after on August 15th, ostensibly to take advantage of some of the provisions of the new House Bill 3395. There's no guidelines or things that would preclude somebody from withdrawing their application and resubmitting it. So that was something that they chose to do. And so that's the application we're reviewing tonight. A little more about the decision-making process. Again, House Bill 2006 supersedes local land use control, supersedes our statewide planning goals, which are implemented in our comprehensive plan and our local zoning ordinance. It is specifically not a land use decision, so any appeals are not through our Land Use Board of Appeals, LUBA. What it does also not provide is a specific direction on how to review these, how to process these applications. We've learned a lot as we've gone on. But even though it's not a land use application, we tried to parallel it in some respects because that is the only process that we really know, or the tried and true process that we often rely on. So there are some similarities to that in terms of notice, and then ultimately to this public hearing process that we're undertaking. But given the level of attention that was drawn to this, staff had initially intended to make the decision at a staff level, which based on our research of all other communities in the state that have done this, it has been at a staff level. But with the changes in the bill and the attention to this, the council elected to take on that role in this hearing. So what are the council options? Basically approve the application as submitted, deny the application as submitted, or approve the application with conditions. And in conditions of approval is another aspect of the bill that it's not clear whether a municipality or local government can apply those conditions of approval, similar to a land use decision. I think what we are understanding is that the legality of those conditions and the legality or the interpretation of some of the other terms in the bill are things that are going to have to be worked out by the courts eventually, because again, there's just no specific guidance in the bill relative to that. Staff is not taking a position either way on this application. We provide some evidence, both that would be in support and maybe in support denial of the application. But we did include some conditions of approval should council wish to go that direction. There's some conditions of approval that the council could consider and certainly could modify or delete as they see fit. As I mentioned, public comment, we have received over 142 total comments from 92 different individuals. As far as we know, every one of those has been forwarded to the council and is posted on the project website, on the city website, if anybody from the public is interested in seeing the comments. A formal notice was sent to all property owners within 250 feet of the subject property. Again, that's kind of a parallel between our land use process. That's the dimension that we would use if this was a land use application to inform immediate neighbors. So let's jump into the criteria. That's really the crux of the issue, and that's where the decision should come down to is what does the criteria specifically say, and what is the evidence in the record that may support or not support an approval. So mention on the first criteria, it says a local government shall approve an application for the development of a use of land for an emergency shelter if the emergency shelter, and this is the first of many criteria, but includes sleeping and restroom facilities for clients. The application states that they have room for up to 20 cots or sleeping areas and restroom facilities for any clients or guests. There were no floor plans submitted in the application that would kind of designate or show this area, nor was there one required. Like a land use application, we would typically require all kinds of different plans. No guidance here from the House bill. But we can confirm based on a site visit that the city staff conducted that there is a space that appeared to be sufficient in size for that. Different spaces, different rooms within the building that could separate children and women from men if need be. And then there were restrooms available that we noted. Second criteria is that will comply with applicable building codes. Doesn't say must be in compliance with building codes as of the approval. It just means that they will comply with the building codes when those applicable building codes are kicked in for different types of uses. The applicant initially coordinated with the Deschutes County Building Department, who the City of Sisters contracts with for our building permit review, as well as the local fire department and the state fire marshal for some guidance to understand better what those requirements would be based on the types of uses that they're proposing. And we did get some comments back from both of those agencies that are in the they're in the packet. In one of the exhibits that spell out what those requirements will be. As long as they meet those requirements, if you go this direction, that could potentially be a condition of approval that they are required to comply with those at the applicable times. But it didn't appear that, based on the comments, that there was anything insurmountable in terms of building codes. There'll be some requirements for some investment, but it didn't seem, at least in the verbiage that I got back, that it was an insurmountable type of issue. And then for a temporary shelter, as has been done in the past, the local fire marshal is the one that actually has jurisdiction over that. I don't know if you'll recall, in some of the resolutions we passed, we've always included an email from the local fire marshal to verify that the buildings, in this case, in the past, it's been the churches, that they were suitable for temporary shelter. Here's one criteria I think that we can all agree on, is located inside the urban growth boundary. Probably the least controversial of them all. According to the city zoning map, the subject property is located within the urban growth boundary. Here's another criteria that was meant to ensure that shelters weren't put into areas such as floodplains or areas that were prone to landslide or any other environmental health hazard. And this site does not have any of those types of hazards associated with the property. Has adequate transportation access to commercial and medical services. This has been one of great focus, both by the staff and by the public and the applicant too. And it's important to note that this criteria, I think there's been a lot of misconception, and quite frankly, I misread it at one time. It doesn't say that whether we have adequate commercial or medical services. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about whether there's adequate transportation to commercial and medical services. Again, the House bill doesn't provide any guidance what constitutes adequate transportation access. That's something that the council is going to have to determine based on some of the information provided. Staff assumes that this provision requires at least some consideration of the various modes of transportation that one would take to get to and from this facility. In the course of the commentary that we've received, public commenters have rightly noted that there's no emergency department or urgent care facility within the city. Again, that's not what the criteria speaks to in this particular case. But they do rightly note too that there are no sidewalks or lighting on portions of Barclay Drive. And I'll show you a map in an instant, in a few seconds here, what portions do have sidewalks and which do not. And that there's no on-street parking nearby the facility allowed. So you can see this map of the area. Again, the little rectangle up in the kind of the upper center or so is the site. You can see Barclay Drive is the major east-west street going across the photo. And you can see all the areas that are outlined in red that do have sidewalks. and the areas that don't, along Barclay and other streets that don't have sidewalks and don't have portions of that don't have lighting as well. So it's a fair assessment that there there could be some level of safety concern there for people walking, and limited area to walk off the street. There is, according to the Public Works Director, there is still some public right-of-way that is on the edges of the street. So technically you could walk for portions of it, but it's really hard to tell where it is and where it isn't. So the city has plans to improve Barclay Drive and to add multi-use paths on both sides, but it's not certain that the starting date for that is to be determined at this point. It's unclear when those will be installed. We're doing a lot of design work to take a look at that. So there has been some movement on that, but in terms of the actual construction, according to the Public Works Director, is TBD at this point, and could potentially the opening of the roundabout could potentially precede those improvements. So there could be added traffic to the road at the same time there aren't sidewalks. Potentially those sidewalk projects get moved up because of that. Council needs to determine that still. Some things to think about though. Transit, there's no transit stop right adjacent to the facility, but there is one along Main, which is about a half-mile walk. Doesn't have real robust service, but it does have service 3 times a day to Bend, and it does have a dollar ride service. I mentioned there's no on-street parking, but there is some available on-street parking. It's not striped, and the applicant may be able to address this better, but my estimate is about 20 to 25 spaces potentially on the site. So there's both some evidence for and potentially, against whether there's adequate transportation access, but some food for thought for the council. This criteria says will not pose any unreasonable risk to public health or safety. Again, the criteria does not set the bar at any risk to public health and safety, rather whether the risk is unreasonable. And again, it's going to be incumbent upon the council to figure out what constitutes an unreasonable risk. Public comment has identified some concerns noted here relative to safety. One is the proximity to businesses and homes where children play and along school routes. You saw on the map that it's adjacent to many businesses. I think the nearest home is about 500 feet or so as you would walk to it. So relatively close. Some concerns have been brought up about that our resources here are not sufficient to be able to handle the influx of clients to this area, including law enforcement. Potential shelter guests under the influence of drugs, alcohol, and who may have violent tendencies. The aforementioned lack of sidewalks along Barclay and the risk to pedestrians and bicyclists. Concern about vandalism to neighboring businesses where expensive equipment is stored. Inadequate planning or resources to accommodate emergency facility of this. Accommodate an emergency facility. Inadequate staffing relative to the actual operator themselves in terms of numbers or experience. Lack of monitoring of emergency shelter guests outside of shelter operational hours. Concerns that the facility will morph into a full-time shelter with other services, and concerned that this will be a magnet that will attract new folks from outside the community, rather. The applicant in their application contends that the proposed emergency shelter will not pose an unreasonable risk to public and health or safety due to the existence of the paid staff on site from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., the overnight hours, and then the volunteers on site from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. They've mentioned the code of conduct that they require all their guests to adhere to, and if not, then would not have access to the shelter anymore. Includes behaving in a respectful manner, prohibiting the use of drugs and alcohol use on the premises, no loitering near the building or in the neighborhood before and after open hours, a requirement that they may not re-enter the emergency shelter once they arrive for the evening. And they've indicated that there had been few incidents involved when it was operating as emergency shelter previously at the churches. Just some general information relative to public health and safety. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, which the City of Sisters contracts with for their police services. Their main office is on Larch and Barclay, less than about a quarter mile away. The force consists of 4 personnel with a 5th deputy to start in January 2024. Well, they may not have 24-hour coverage right here. They do between that and the on-call West County deputy. There is 24-hour coverage according to them. We've heard from the lieutenant state that the sheriff's office does not feel that they're unable to serve the proposed emergency shelter. The Sisters Camp Sherman Fire District is also located within a mile of this facility. Again, so just to summarize here, House Bill 2006 does not provide guidance as to what constitutes unreasonable risk. City Council will have to resolve whether any of the identified risks are unreasonable in nature, given conflicting arguments and evidence in the record, and B, whether the mitigation proposed by the applicant is sufficient to reduce any unreasonable risks to the realm of reasonable. And so that moves us to the eligibility criteria, which has been the source of a lot of commentary as well. And this, from House Bill 2006, I tried to highlight what I thought were the pertinent sections of the, or at least the pertinent as it relates to the application. It says an emergency shelter allowed under this section must be operated by, it could be a local government. It could be B, an organization such as the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter that has at least 2 years experience operating an emergency shelter using best practices. That is, in this case, what they're stating is that it's a public benefit corporation whose charitable purpose includes the support of homeless individuals, that has been recognized as exempt from income tax under the under 501A of the Internal Revenue Code for at least 3 years before the date of the application for a shelter. And then the final section of that criteria states that if you don't meet those, then you can be a nonprofit corporation partnering with an entity that does meet those requirements. So we'll sort of break it down by operational experience. It says 2 years of experience. The criterion is a bit unclear. Does it require at least 730 days of operation in the aggregate? 365 days times 2 years equals 730 days experience, or at least part of 2 calendar years. And another element of this is that it doesn't appear that the bill recognizes those that are just purely cold weather shelters. And they have in the past been a cold weather shelter and only operating when the temperature is under 35 degrees. So the bill doesn't seem to recognize that, because it could take you 10, 15, 20 years to if you're just purely a cold weather shelter to get that experience. HB 2006 does not address what constitutes best practices. The applicant says that they have 6 seasons of experience operating the cold weather shelter starting in 2017. But according to the application, we could see no further details on the days of operation or whether best practices were implemented. As I mentioned, the City Council was the body that would approve those emergency resolutions to allow them to operate in the churches. Our records indicate that there were 4 of them approved, one between November 1st, 2018 to March 31st, 2019, another one in November 2019 that extended the use of the facility to March 15th, 2020, a third one December 1st, 2021 to February 28th, 2022, and a fourth one February 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2022. The other element of the eligibility is relative to how long they've been, how long they've had their tax exemption status. According to information we've been provided, the applicant registered with the state as a domestic public benefit corporation on August 12th, 2020. They assert that it's their charitable purpose to support homeless persons by providing shelter during periods of extreme weather. The applicants provide a letter from the IRS that was dated January 21st, 2021, that says the applicant is exempt from federal income as a public charity. So here's another instance where the criterion is not exactly clear in terms of what date do you measure that 3 years from? Is it the date of the IRS letter, or is it the date that it says on the IRS letter that's the effective date of their exemption? There's been some speculation back and forth on which one it is. It's not clear. Staff's opinion is we're inclined to support what the effective date is of the exemption that's clearly stated on the IRS letter, as opposed to the date that the letter was sent, which seems to be more of an arbitrary date that they actually got around to issuing the letter. And then partner, as I mentioned, if they don't meet those criteria, they could partner with a qualifying organization. The bill provides no guidance what constitutes what partnering really means in this case. The applicant has made reference to operating under the umbrella of a qualified entity and receiving technical assistance, and even an intent to partner in the provision of certain emergency shelter-related services from third parties. But we have not seen a full commitment to make that partnership going forward. Staff notes that the applicant has not provided any evidence demonstrating that the third parties that they cite acknowledge any partnership arrangement, or that such third parties would independently qualify to meet they would also have to meet those requirements that I just went over. So to summarize eligibility, City Council will have to resolve whether A, the applicant has 2 years of experience operating an emergency shelter using best practices. B, whether the applicant has been quote unquote recognized as tax exempt for the requisite period. And C, if the intent is to establish partnership with a qualifying organization, whether there is sufficient evidence to establish a partnership and whether the partnership would independently qualify. So I did not include several other criteria. I just failed to get them into the presentation, but they have to do with what types of other services that are allowed under the House bill in terms of laundry and showers and counseling, and it does specifically mention emergency shelter. Cold weather shelters are things that fall under that umbrella, and that they can only charge a reasonable amount, less than $300 for those services. I didn't include those in there, but they're in your staff packet and staff report. So if you have any questions on those, let us know. So at the conclusion of the testimony, the council can consider the following options. And we can certainly reiterate this when the time comes, whether to continue the hearing to a date certain. That basically means we'll hear it another night, and that would extend the public comment section. Close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, so that meetings in the future, no more public comment, but the public can continue to submit comments in writing. Close the hearing both for oral and written testimony and set a date for deliberations. That's where you would just come back and you would deliberate, or go straight to deliberations. Or, and I think the mayor indicated that this wouldn't happen tonight, but close the hearing and commence deliberations tonight. So with that, I'll take any questions from the council. We also have City Manager Jordan Wheeler, Assistant City Manager Carrie Prosser, who have been working on the application in conjunction with me, and our City Attorney Garrett Crosscheck, who's been providing some advising on it as well. So.
All right. So now's the time we have questions of staff. Does anybody want to go first? Susan? No, Gary?
I'll go.
Gary said.
Scott, back on in your presentation, you had the overview map showing streets and sidewalks. Could you put that back up, please?
Yeah.
In looking up at the top where the former Laird property, or I guess it's still Laird property is, there's a red line kind of coming down. Is that a public access or a sidewalk? That,
Yeah, it's a path. There's the end of the cul-de-sac, and I believe there's a little paved area here, more of an access, I think, is used by the old Laird facility. And then there's a path that goes along here. It's my understanding that it is a public access path.
and that would connect to Lundgren?
It would. My understanding is that the reason for that is that we have block length standards, and where long blocks usually have to be interrupted by a street. And because the street didn't get pushed through, there was a requirement, I think, at the time to have a pedestrian access. I think it applied to this subdivision up here, that was a requirement of the approval, is that public access. So if you can't drive through it, you could at least walk through it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Cobb?
When you were speaking of the no on-street parking, I think you misquoted and said that there was on-street parking of 25 spaces, and you meant to say off-street.
That's correct. Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
so that's at the site itself, it has 25
Correct.
spaces. Okay.
Good job.
Councilor Lentz?
Yeah, can you help me and everybody else kind of define emergency shelter? Because that can be, construed in two different ways. Because I've been reading through here that provide shelter on a temporary basis. So is that a shelter that runs temporarily, on and off as the applicant has kind of performed in the past? Or does temporary mean that the clients are just there temporarily? That's kind of where I'm confused in that definition.
Yeah, I don't have the definition in front of me, but if you're speaking to what the proposal is, whether it's a temporary, like in duration.
Well, I'm just trying to get the what the state's definition of emergency shelter means in temporary basis.
I don't have it in front of me because I have the presentation. I'm wondering if, Garrett, do you have that by chance? Or give Garrett a few minutes to get to that.
Yeah, I did, then the internet cut out. I going from memory, emergency shelter is a broader term to just refer to the sheltering of people that lack housing on a temporary basis. And then it goes on to describe activities that are permitted under this definition of emergency shelter. And that includes a number of things, like Scott mentioned, such as laundries and showers. It also includes some additional services. And then it goes on to say, and it also includes sheltering during weather events. So what that's suggesting to me is that the definition, it could encompass, and I believe they have been improved in other jurisdictions, of a year-round facility. But as Scott mentioned, the proposal is not a year-round facility.
And if they wanted to, in the future, change from temporary sporadic use to year-round, would that trigger another application process?
So it's not clear in the bill. You'll hear us say that quite a few times tonight. But what we have recommended, if council was so inclined to approve this, that a condition that states that we review this under a certain parameters, that if they wanted to expand that operation substantially, that it would, kind of like a land use application, would require it to come back to council for reapproval. We don't know if that's within our bounds or not, but it's something that you could consider.
And then,
Please,
yeah, one other question. When you mentioned, I know this has been mentioned to me and us, but if off the top of your head, can you think of all, or at least most of the communities that have used one of these House bills for sheltering?
Not sure how many, but quite a few. I don't know if Jordan or Garrett, if you guys have any numbers at hand, quite a few,
Or
quite a
the
few.
names of the communities? I mean, I know.
I can speak to
I
locally.
remember some of them, but,
I can speak to locally.
okay.
You know, Redmond and Bend have got facilities. I'm not sure about Madras. Does Madras, you would know, I
believe
guess.
they've gotten approved for one, yes.
Okay, I'm not sure about Lapine either. But other communities, Eugene on their website obviously has quite a few of them. And I'm not sure
That were through this process.
through this process, and obviously in the Portland metro area too. Other small towns, I don't know, trying to think. Not sure.
Did we, in this process, ever see a town of our size or similar going through this process, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Madras and Lapine.
Yeah, but they're about twice the size of our city, so. Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up for Garrett on that.
Sure.
Question. Is there anything to preclude us, in your opinion, from making a condition of approval, should we go that way? That it be a temporary shelter during cold weather events and perhaps during inclement fire events, period?
So of course, the bill does not address conditions whatsoever. What it does say is that if it constitutes an emergency shelter and it otherwise meets those criteria, then it shall approve. It doesn't say shall approve with conditions. But I think it's at least fair to suggest, as Scott was alluding to earlier, that if we are reviewing an application based against those criteria on a set of facts, and those set of facts change, that I would at least advocate for is that that would be a basis for reevaluation of those changed circumstances.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions?
All right. Quick reminder. She's working on it. Just a reminder for all of us to speak into the microphone, especially you quiet speakers. Councilperson Blum, you don't have any questions of staff?
No, I wanted to tell Scott how much I appreciated the report. Many of the questions that I was asking were clarified in the report, and I thought even I could understand it. So I thought, hey, that was pretty good work.
Well, I can't take credit for all of it. It was a joint effort. I'm glad that those questions were answered.
No, and I don't have any particular questions of you. I have some of the applicant when it gets there. But thank you again for the hard work and really good presentation. I think that it has provided a great framework for us to at least make this decision today, as difficult as it is. Any final? Yes, Councilor Ka.
Can you all hear me?
You have to lean up close.
Okay. So just on the latter part of the presentation, you were speaking of the association with another agency. And there was a letter from Shepherd's House that was stating that they did work with them. And I just want to make sure that's correct. That was a valid sharing of information. It was just it was a very brief letter, and it just had some dates. I think it was the 2017 to 2019 or 20. And then it was just signed, you know, that they worked together. Because in here, in this document, it said that there wasn't a presence of that kind of information. So I just want to make sure that that's true now.
Oh, yes, there was something to that effect about being under the umbrella for tax exemption. It just wasn't clear whether, you know, that it was an ongoing partnership, that that they were under the umbrella for the purposes of this application, and whether they met the criteria too. There just wasn't enough information relative to that. But you're right, it was not an absence of information from the Shepherd's House relative to their partnerships in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You good on that? I read that same thing, and it's in the application right here. And the one thing that stood out to me was it said it was a bookkeeping or financial fiscal agent, which may or may not include other help in operations. So I don't know if that applies or not. I'm just pointing that out. Okay. Any last questions for staff? Okay, we're going to move on then. Thank you, Scott. It's time for the applicant presentation. Then we'll have, just so everybody knows, after that, City Council will ask questions of the applicant, and after that, we'll have public testimony, okay? So we're ready to hear the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to, again, speak on behalf of our submission. I'm just going to introduce, I'm Louis Blanchard, President of Sisters Cold Weather Shelter. I'm here tonight with my board members, Jim Pritchett, Sharon Thorkinston, Diane Pritchett, members Jill Eidsmore and Charlene Weed. They have volunteer commitments right now with Family Kitchen. And Molly Jones, our vice president, has prior commitments with family. Diane will introduce herself and present a message from our board, and she and I will be available for any follow-up questions. And following Diane, we'd like to have our special guest, Dr. Mark Sauerwein, say a few words on behalf of the health component that is being in question. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, I am Diana Pritchard, and for those who are maybe new to the community and not know me, my husband and I and our children moved to Sisters in 1982 because I took a job with the Sisters School District where I worked for 30 plus years teaching and tutoring. And so in 41 years, I guess we decided we liked the town enough to stick around in retirement also. And in fact, I do love this town and have experienced lots of changes. When we moved here, the population was in the 600s. So you can imagine the changes that came with that. Let's get right though to the presentation. Sisters has had a houseless problem before Sisters Cold Weather Shelter became an entity. In fact, in 2016, a group of citizens was just meeting together, and they became aware of houseless children living in the forest. And so a meeting was called after learning that information to brainstorm ways to address this specific problem and concern. And when the faith community joined the conversation, the group became passionate about opening an emergency winter shelter. And we have some of those founding members who worked tirelessly during that time here tonight. Just weeks before the scheduled opening of the first shelter in January 1st, Edward Phones, who was sleeping in his car near his place of employment, froze to death as he was awaiting for the employer to open up. This avoidable tragedy underscored the critical situation faced by many of our houseless neighbors. From the beginning of shelter operation, Shepherd's House Ministries stepped in to provide training, supplies, and overnight staff for our shelter. So when you see some of the payments, that was for the overnight staff at the shelter. Once we opened, many in the community volunteered to monitor the guests and serve meals provided by the community. And they And it's okay. And these monitors worked until at sometimes 10 o'clock or 12, and then the paid monitors took over. The volunteer monitors shared an evening meal with the guests and enjoyed good conversations with them as relationships were established. And after the meal, the guests were typically so exhausted from bearing the cold and extremes of their lives that they immediately curled up in their beds and went and fell asleep. And that was sort of the pattern that existed in all the time the shelter was open. For 4 years, local churches hosted the shelter on a rotating basis during the winter season, and we continued to be supported by Shepherd's House and over time, over 100 community volunteers. We were unable to operate during the COVID pandemic. And after the pandemic, we operated with 2 churches and a rented space on Main Street for the remainder of that season. The following reasons, for various reasons, only 1 church was available, and so we searched rentals, another place that could meet because they could only be available 1 month. So we searched rentals, but a limited number of open locations were unwilling to rent. At this time, it was clear that to provide emergency shelter, we would need to purchase a building. Sisters Cold Weather Shelter has been meeting with the city over the last several years regarding our efforts to site a building for our operations. In fact, some representatives of the city participated in coordinated efforts to strategize and plan for exactly this. In anticipation of the executive order funding, a community roundtable was formed to brainstorm possible projects. The group requested that the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter apply for the grant on behalf of our town. This is because we were the only nonprofit with the experience and qualifications that could meet the grant criteria. Fortunately, we were awarded a $1.4 million grant to put the plan into action. So we have the funding and a suitable building with a willing seller that meets the needs. And as we now stand before you, the City Council, with this opportunity. Our current proposal provides for much of the same services as we have provided in the past. Only now, Sisters Cold Weather Shelter will have a building of its own to operate much more efficiently. We will have a consistent shelter space, a dedicated office, and storage for supplies used in our daily outreach to the underserved community. In addition, as has been mentioned, we plan to make showers and laundry available to our guests. We are made up of seasoned volunteers. Most of us have spent countless hours and resources while building trust with our unhoused neighbors. And I see that as an advantage in a small town that we know many of the people in the forest. We recently hired our first half-time employee to help coordinate with partnering agencies like Neighbor Impact, Deschutes County Behavioral Health, Shepherd's House, Coordinated Houseless Response Office, Central Oregon's Intergovernmental Council, Well House Food Bank, and Habitat Restore. The current grant award will provide funding also for 2 staff members to run our operations. Again, this is a tremendous gift to the shelter and the town of Sisters in providing for the needs of our houseless population. Typically, Sisters Cold Weather Shelter is almost always the first call from churches and authorities looking for assistance for marginalized individuals seeking help. We've assisted many with supplies and services, and many times the shelter has even provided fuel and direct transportation out of Sisters for individuals who requested it. Sisters Cold Weather Shelter has built steady and consistent relationships with many of our forest friends, and we are confident that these interactions provide not only hope, but also a level of safety to the community. Our relationships and resources are discreetly executed, and some of us believe that is why so few truly know of the efforts of the terrific Army of Sisters Cold Weather Shelter volunteers. And just recently, we have been encouraged by reports from several former guests. Many of them have moved on to other communities, but they have related how they have improved their living and employment situations. And that's a great encouragement to us. Sisters Cold Weather Shelter meets all the qualifications outlined in House Bill 2006 as amended. And the staff report, which we also thank Scott for, does not include any glaring deficiencies with our application. And we have discussed this, and we agree to the 4 staff recommended conditions of approval, which some of you had questions concerning. And we would agree to those conditions. And then there are 3 questions, as has been mentioned, that the staff ask you to determine as a council. We would just like to give some input on that and what we think. Is there adequate transportation to commercial and medical facilities, that whole issue? And we do have a professional to address that specific thing. Does the shelter have 2 years experience operating an emergency shelter using best practices? And we feel that we have met the intent of that law, being in operation for multiple seasons. And also, even when the shelters are closed, we continue service to the unhoused. And we have functioned under the umbrella of Shepherd's House, starting in 2017, as confirmed by John Ryan, Director of Shepherd's House. And the Shepherd's House provided best practice training and advice, as well as staffing in the early years. And SCWS continues to utilize those best practices when operating the shelter and interacting with our guests. The shelter has operated, depending on how you figure it, 5 to 6 seasons, because some years there were 2 different seasons within the years. So, for example, in the first year of operation, we operated from January to March, and then in the next season, that started in November and extended into the next year, that was considered another season. For the intent of House Bill 2006, we feel this is more than the equivalent of 2 years. And the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council, COIC, that's easier to say, has awarded a sizable grant to the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter to purchase the shelter building. And so they have vetted our organization. They have confidence that we will operate in a safe and professional manner. And they have also pledged to provide technical assistance as needed. The other question, has Sisters Cold Weather Shelter been tax exempt during the request period? We believe yes. We have a letter from the state and when we applied for this status, and the letter from the IRS, which very clearly states August 12, 2020, as when we became a recognized nonprofit. And then if the intent is to establish a partnership, we don't intend to have a partnership in the future because we feel we meet the criterion for the shelter. As far as the shelter posing any unreasonable risk to health and safety, it's our opinion that it does not pose any unreasonable risk to health and safety. The testimony by the authorities at our last council meeting confirmed that they'd had no alarming contacts. We believe that having a dedicated shelter could actually make our community safer, providing a place where our most vulnerable neighbors can rest and obtain access to services will create a sense of community and perhaps save lives. At the shelter, in the past, unacceptable behavior, while uncommon, was dealt with promptly per best practices and our code of conduct. And then concerning sidewalks and that sort of thing, we're pleased to read that there may be sidewalk improvements, and we're happy that people are concerned that our houseless are safe coming to the shelter. But we look forward to this being even a safer corridor for everyone. And so in closing, we're confident that we meet all the criteria for siting under House Bill 2006, and we look forward to the council's approval so that we can begin planning for this winter season.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder, please check your cell phones and make sure they're off. We had a couple interruptions there. Thank you for doing that. At this time, we're going to ask questions of applicants. Oh,
They're not finished.
I'd like to just introduce Dr. Mark Sirewine for a short comment.
go ahead.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Dr. Mark Sirewine. I live at 15666 Tumbleweed Turn here in Sisters. I worked as a family doc at Sister St. Charles from July of 18 to December of 2021. And I wanted to speak to the issue of the proposal and its interface with medical systems and access to medical care in Sisters. I have been and will likely be in the future a volunteer monitor at the shelter. During my 3.5-year tenure as a family doc at St. Charles, my wife and I volunteered at the shelters at all the church locations that were operational at the time. I also provided medical services at St. Charles Sisters Clinic to a number of folks from the houseless community. During my volunteer time, I did not observe the need for acute medical services during shelter hours or with shelter guests, or the need to have medical staff present. Rather, more chronic needs that were apparent among the clients that needed to be addressed. It's been my experience that helping people affect meaningful change in their lives regarding their health begins with and is undergirded by a relationship. Some of the relationships that Diane has mentioned. The relationships or acquaintances I made with cold weather shelter clients allowed me to see them when they were willing to come to the medical office at St. Charles. I also observed that relationships with other volunteers that worked at the shelter also facilitated the clients desiring to seek help. I believe that the operation of an emergency shelter provides a context for a relationship that can work toward the improvement of a person's health, medical health, mental health, and for the health of a soul. Having some shelter with some eyes on folks and coming alongside them increases their chances of making change and seeking care. My experience is that folks in the houseless community often seek medical care less often, on average, than likely most of us here in the room. This is likely to be harmful to themselves and creates more medical crises. Having an operational shelter can be a catalyst for houseless community to seek medical and mental health services. I agree that access to medical care in Sisters is not ideal, but having 10 to 20 people temporarily housed in a shelter during limited times and seasons of the year, I do not believe makes a significant impact on our access to health care in the community, or a change for demand for emergency services that does not already exist. We have a great team of professionals at the backbone of our emergency care system here in Sisters. And I pause to give thanks to Sisters Fire, Black Butte Fire, the Sheriff's Office, and Black Butte Law Enforcement for responding even to our own medical offices in this community for crises, including mental health crises. I would argue that earlier intervention in a declining health condition that can be observed in a context of a shelter will improve people's outcomes all the way around. What makes a larger act and the larger issue of medical care in Sisters is a much larger issue that is not confined to the presence or absence of a cold weather shelter, rather than it is all the folks that are moving to town. And they're going to bring their own medical needs and need for access and their own emergencies to our medical system here in Sisters, which needs some work. But I don't think the shelter is going to make a significant impact on those needs in the foreseeable future. Thank you for hearing my thoughts, and I humbly ask the council to support this application that's before you.
Okay. Is there any more you have there as an applicant, your presentation? No. Okay. All right. Now we're going to move on to our questions as a counsel of the applicant. Does anybody want to go first?
I will.
Okay.
Diane, when I listened to testimony from concerned citizens about activities surrounding a previous cold weather shelter site, it seems that most of those concerns were around the site that was upstairs next to Angeline's, and that site had information that went around on Facebook, on the internet, different sites talking about concerns that particular site generated to the businesses in the surrounding area. Can you talk a little bit about why that maybe was different than when it had been at the churches, and why you would or would not anticipate that same situation would arise in the new facility?
Well, we in talking with neighbors, didn't get a lot of complaints or anything, so I'm not sure if those were, excuse me, coming directly to us. There may have been talk and things on social media, but as far as people addressing us personally, is what I'm referring to, at least not to me personally. It was obviously in an area much more compact as far as other businesses close by. But I think the site we're proposing is superior to that, definitely. But even according to the officer who spoke last meeting, there were no major calls. And there are, I think if someone makes a complaint, sometimes there's often more likely people that saying, oh yeah, that would be bad, and things
Right,
maybe get exaggerated sometimes.
Okay, let's, some of the information that worked its way through to council was the feeling that people were coming in for the evening, having dinner, and then leaving again but staying in the area, that there was loitering, that there was people who were in the areas where the garbage bins were and were in those, and people did not feel safe. So, you know, I was not there, I did not see what actually happened, but I did not hear those concerns when it was at the other location. And so I was just wondering whether you had, or anybody in your group had remarked about that procedure being different for that facility in any way that created maybe a more difficult situation.
I know that before we opened, there were some concerns from business owners. But in talking to several of them later, they said, no, we didn't see any problems. One thing that may have been alarming to some is if there, at the new site, there will be a designated smoking area, and guests would be monitored if they went out and smoked. That area was very confined if you know, in the back there.
Okay,
So
so
people
that-
may have been concerned if they saw people out there and assuming that they were up to maybe no good or something. But it's a policy that once you leave the shelter, you don't come back in. We can't control, obviously. We don't walk guests home after dinner, but the houseless are in the community anyway. So I don't think we can be expected to take responsibility, you know, for.
That was
For
not an
them.
ideal location, obviously.
Right.
And I want to add to that, just so
Please.
you guys know. The city council did get letters from business owners, so
Quite a
there
few.
were, so
Oh,
I
that's
just want to make
interesting.
sure that that particular season, which was February 1, 2022 to March 31, 2022, you guys even stopped at some point and not having people overnight. Is that true or is that not true?
I wasn't on board at that time. I can't speak of that.
That was weather related.
Weather related?
Yeah, weather related, and we served dinners for a while after that, just dinners. But then there wasn't
It
a
just
lot of
wasn't
it.
quite- it wasn't
It
cold
wasn't
enough.
attendance, yeah, right. I wish we had received the letters directly. If we did, I certainly wasn't aware of them, but it was not an ideal condition, location, simply because it was upstairs and it was very confined within other, you know,
I
business.
think that's where it's important that the city be a partner with us.
Mhm.
If you're getting that kind of feedback, how can we react to it if we don't know? So I really, that's one of the crucial elements in this is a partnership.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I pass.
No? Susan?
Um,
Councilor Cobb, excuse me.
It's all right.
Mhm.
So on the contingencies, my question, it speaks to, one of the contingencies speaks to the council having the right to ask for a reapplication should things change. And so it's not specifically stated here, but I think it's implied, but I just want to know for sure. So if the shelter, currently the plan for the shelter is only to have people overnight, not for days on end. And that there's no plan now for having tenting outside the facility. There might be parking of campers temporarily. No, okay. No parking of campers temporarily. So if any of that were to change, and/or you were to consider having an expansion of the building in some way, those would all come before council according to our contingency plan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Scott and staff summarized that great. We completely concur with all those terms. Again, we have 2 staff members. We don't need any more work than what we're going to have. We'd like to be able to run that really efficiently, actually have some bandwidth on the part of our staff. Why would we add more to it?
Thank you.
Councilor Ross?
Couple of things. I was going to bring up the situation on Main Street as well. It's very concerning to me. And regardless of whether it was communicated, it wasn't communicated, it happened. And I think that's the key thing to understand. You mentioned a community roundtable prior to this application being put in.
Yes.
Yes.
And could you give me some more input on that? Who was at that meeting?
Sure. We had representatives from CLI, we had representatives from the forest, we had representatives from behavioral health, we had representatives here from City Hall, and several of our who were
Okay,
sitting around.
that's what I figured, but I just kind of wanted to touch base since it was not clear.
And you say CLI, and that is?
Community Leadership Initiative. They do a great job cleaning the forest.
Yeah, they do. So we're talking 20 beds is the number that's on this for the shelter.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
What do you do when 21 and 22 show up?
Well, we're gonna ask from,
I hope if you're successful, they may.
Yeah.
we'll ask for some guidance from the city on that. I mean, at this point in time, we've been approved for 40 by the fire marshal, but we're willing to meet the constriction or the limitations put in by staff for 20. If we have to, we'll find a hotel room. And then if we continue to get that type of crowd, obviously we need to come to you folks and get permission to expand that. Again, the facility is approved for 40.
Yeah, it's based on square footage.
Yep.
And then I also have concerns about parking. And, you know, at least one communication I saw, there was a mention that Car Connection was going to stay. They have a lot of automobiles on that spot. That's parking places. So where are we with that? I mean, if you get 20 guests,
Yeah.
some of them are going to walk, but a lot of them will drive. They need to be parked off street.
Casa Ross, we've never had more than a half a dozen cars, and that's included the individuals that are there serving dinners. Typically, they leave at 10 o'clock. We have maybe a couple cars from individuals that have come into town that are going to be an occupant there. That right there can be facilitated by the parking spaces in front of the building. Car Connection is off to the west of the building. So if we need to get some more space, well, unfortunately, the gentleman's probably going to have to move some cars off the lot, or we're going to have to buy some. So that's our take on that.
They will be a tenant. Our connection is, you're gonna own the building. If this goes through, they would be a tenant, correct?
Well, at this point in time, we're actually looking at the legality of being able to maintain that relationship. We may not be able to do that.
That's where I was going next.
Okay.
So, and my frustration, partially because I wasn't in town, I take credit for that, but my frustration to some degree is I still don't see a cohesive, coherent plan as to how this is going to be run. I hear what you say you're going to do, and I hear what you want to do. That's an awful lot of hear and not an awful lot of see written down on paper that allows me to be able to determine whether this is a functional working thing. And that hurts you with me. Oh, wait, hey,
Please.
don't need that.
Thank you.
And I don't need the faces either. So, point in case, it would be helpful to have something a little more concrete in front of us. And I think that's hurt you with this application, it's hurt you with the community. Certainly it's hurt you with this member of the council, because I can't answer questions that I have.
It's not rocket science, putting individuals, feeding them and putting them in a bed. But
I disagree. I think that you have a building to run, you have maintenance costs, you have expenses related to the building, you have, it's just not a shell that you move into. There's a lot going on with it. And I don't want to have that facility drop into this city's lap in a year or two when you're unable to, assuming the worst case, continue to maintain it into a lack of funds. So some sense of how you move forward with funding, and we'll go for grants. Okay, it's a nice thought, but I'm a little concerned with the very squishy way this whole thing feels to me. And
I'd love to sit down with you and show you the budget that was submitted that includes those.
budget that was submitted in front of us.
It was on your website, completely detailed for that. And we've been very, very, in fact, individuals have been doubling our grant funding every year.
Well, my point, sir,
Sure.
is that referring people, for instance, I think there was a quote made that if we make any change to the shelter, we'll post it on our website. I think we need to have a far more public way of this happening. I think if there's any change to the shelter, it needs to be very clear to everyone in this room what those changes are gonna be. And I'm a tech guy. Not everybody reads a website. Not everybody reads every page on a website.
Yeah, you're right.
And so that's one of the first lessons I learned way back when. And so I would encourage you, should this be approved, to be very forthright in written documentation to the people who are decision makers as well as the rest of the community, so what you're doing and how it's going, you know, those kinds of things. I have other questions, but I'm gonna pass for now.
Counselor Letts.
So, you know, I believe you that, you know, the majority of your guests have been well-mannered. I have no reason to not believe that. However, when there are guests that aren't, there's certainly been a lot of communication about stories, whether they were firsthand, secondhand, thirdhand, I don't know, but there were kind of stories that were put in front of us about problematic guests. I mean, I know you say you have a, you know, code of conduct, but how are those handled? Because, you know, I have a couple concerns about that. One is that even though you've been functioning as a group, you know, within this 5-6 year window, I think everybody will agree that in the last 5 and 6 years, you know, the homelessness issue has been exacerbated by, you know, substance abuse and fentanyl and all sorts of stuff that has made this drastically change even within the last few years of the ability for some people who are homeless, you know, to mitigate and fight those demons. So, and obviously anybody under any sort of influence can be very violent towards themselves, towards other guests, or towards staff. So I just want to have some more assurance, because I've heard that there's, you know, code of conduct and some rules in place, but I would really like to know very specifically how that's handled, and, you know, any other emergency operations that are in place, because if some, you know, especially if you only have 1 or 2 people maybe overnighting, and, you know, that attendant gets injured or gravely injured, or somebody else, you know, what is your emergency plan at that point?
Our staff and the individuals that we're working as our night owls are all trained, at least in the basic medical. And one of the other things that they're trained on is to be able to observe of behavior that may be erratic and what might be taking place. In our conversation with all the low barrier shelters that we could find and talk with, one of the most important things they said was having a very strong relationship with the sheriff's office or police department. I think we have that. I think we've had that for a long period of time. In fact, we've been individuals that they've forwarded individuals that have come in for needs and services. So obviously we do something well for them to want to do that. I don't think they're just pushing it off on us. They have an intake center in Bend. So with that said, you know, there's always things that we can do to improve, be able to get further training. We're going to have inside monitoring as well as outside monitoring. We'll be able to see what people are doing in the shelter. Hopefully that'll give us some, I guess, a jump on whatever bad behavior might be coming down the line.
Cameras.
Yes.
Yeah, because my ultimate concern is that we keep kind of framing this conversation in what you have been seeing over the last few years, and we've had this many guests. We're seeing this many, you know, and the thing with and I believe this applies to all things good and bad. If you build it, they will come. And I'm not hearing planning, or, you know, I'm not seeing a strategic plan or anything like that. Nothing's been like that submitted to us that is visioning and planning for if there is a significant increase in your number of clients, you know, how the organization is going to be able to handle that, especially knowing that also will then statistically, increase your chances of maybe, something negative happening there as well. So, that's kind of why I bring up that question. I just had this concern that we're still kind of talking in this area of like, oh, 6 people stayed and, 6 and 12 in these small numbers. But, when those numbers climb, and they will if there is a facility like this, is the organization, thinking ahead to those numbers and the needs for that?
Well, one thing, we are a small town right now, and we are not a year-round shelter. We're,
Mhm.
we are an emergency shelter. If people are coming here just to get what some people regard as great benefits here, they can get more services in other larger towns. So, and a lot of people don't even have transportation to come in here. So I'm not sure that we'll see, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm naive, but I'm not seeing an explosion of people coming to Sisters, to a shelter that's not open, year round, that
Yeah,
we're
I
an
think,
emergency.
I mean, I understand it. I feel though it's that, it's like anything with, no
Yeah.
matter where you're on the
Mhm.
spectrum, it's a
Certainly.
game of telephone where,
You're right.
the message gets bastardized as it gets passed along.
Mhm.
And so, it wouldn't take very long for somebody to be like, oh, there's a full-time shelter and Sisters, let's go, and
Not full-time.
I think that's, an easy,
Mhm.
and yes, I understand that. I clearly understand, and I understand, you're not going to be open the majority of the year, but that won't necessarily stop people from coming here and rumors getting spread. We're in an age of rumors,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So I have one other question, and that is around security. So, I mean, this was something that was brought up when the, facility was operating downtown last year, with some of
Mhm.
these concerns with adjacent property owners and business owners, many of whom were female, many of whom who worked alone. You know, the, when safety, whether real or perceived, declines in a community, the first, victims of that are women and children and the elderly, who feel that they are no longer safe in their community. So I really try to listen hard to our community members and those groups in regards to this, because they're also the ones who are most not willing to speak out of fear. But so, one thing that popped out was that a lot of them, and at least in these messages, were having to foot the bill of buying security system, cameras, such like that, because they were, feeling unsafe, and they did have some interactions with some clients and stuff like that that were not positive. So, and this has been brought up with neighboring property owners with this facility as well. It's like, are we going to have to, pay for more security? Are we going to have to, take on the expense of building fences or something like that? So, which I think are all very legitimate questions. So, is there any, yeah, do you have anything kind of to say to that? And do you feel like trying to learn from many other communities across the country and across our state, that's what we can do as a small town, is, we can kind of vet good and bad practices and pick and choose what we want to do. And we're, I think we've all been very privy to, things that didn't work well in this sector. Are you, you open to being more involved, especially with neighbors, in providing more, providing a level of security for neighbors, for instance,
Mhm.
Hiring a security guard, for instance, for the neighborhood, or having that door open if somebody's like, hey, these people keep walking across my property. Is that something that, the shelter group, I know, nonprofit, but be willing to, like, hey, we'll help you build a fence. Are these things that are on the table? Because I think people's concerns are extremely legitimate. And I think a part of it is that when something negative isn't, possibly negative is introduced, it just feels like all the onus is put on the person who, or the property owner adjacent or is not really involved in the situation. So, yeah, do you have anything to kind of add to that?
Certainly the adjacent neighbors I met with, and they're not happy about us being next door, obviously. But we did come to some agreement that we wanted to discuss possibly items that could be put on a good neighbor agreement. Putting a fence in if they felt that that's what they needed to do because of their heavy equipment, fine. Again, the question I might be asking you is, why would you think that the population that we're serving is going to be creating havoc and stealing? I mean, there's so much evidence of individuals that are housed in this community committing crimes, and yet we don't see that from the unhoused. So I just ask you that.
I think I disagree with that. And I'm obviously by no means am saying that every one of your clients is going to do that.
Mhm.
But there is, everybody in this room can point to another community where, a shelter came into a neighborhood and suddenly it wasn't rose gardens and property values shot up. It was usually the opposite impact. And so I'm just being honest about that. And again, one bad apple can spoil a bunch.
Sure can.
So I'm not saying that this is everybody, but it would be ridiculous for me to, I live in the real world and this, some unhoused individuals are, because of one issue or another, not always law abiding. So, I'm glad to hear that there's been discussions with neighbors.
Yeah, there has been.
Fantastic. But I think the community wants to hear that an understanding that, and I'll just say this, I'm a firm believer that shelters can be very helpful and very important in the community, and they can attract ne'er-do-wells. They can be both things, and they are both things. And so, like anything else, it's about mitigating, working on what the good, but mitigating for the bad.
Sure.
And so I think that's what the community is struggling with, is that they're not necessarily hearing that from the organization, that that there could be and will probably be some negative impacts, from a shelter like this. And I think a lot of people just want to be heard and about that. And
Well, two things. First of all, that would be a concern for us too, if any of these incidents happened. And we are very happy to have a good working relationship with the authorities in this town, which is a good thing. And certainly we would consult them. I would comment that society in general is dealing with these major issues of fentanyl, and it's not just with the unhoused. As a recent business person was was arrested for trafficking. So we have a problem in our society with the drug issue, and all I'm saying, it's not limited to unhoused, and it's certainly not all of the unhoused who have that problem. So I think sometimes we overlook. I'm trying to be kind. We overlook crimes committed by respectable housed people more easily than if it's by a houseless person, then immediately everyone knows about it. But we have not had, I'm trying to think, I don't think we've had any major reports from the sheriff in our years of our operation so far. That doesn't mean we won't. And certainly we would take that seriously. Obviously, I live in this town. We We live here too. We want a safe community. But I would say that the houseless are here. They're going to, and probably in the future, more will come into this community. And I think our community, we hope, will be made safer if we are addressing some of the needs of the folks out there. I know with the clients who came into our shelter, they were very grateful to have a hot meal. They were very kind and courteous to those who offered such. And relationships are important, they matter, and I think they make a difference. And just as Dr. Sauerwein spoke, even the medical issues, as we establish relationships as the shelters here, they are more likely to seek medical help or mental health. And again, mental health, I agree. We need more mental health services for the entire population in the city, not just the unhoused. So, yeah, that's enough.
All right, thank you.
Looks like it's my turn.
Did I ask any?
Oh, go ahead. I'll go last.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So on the idea, if you build it, they will come. Have you done any research on the statistics that support or deny that?
You know, every shelter we talked to, there was such a large contingent of houseless in and about the community before the shelter was even put in. If anything, the shelters tame that down to a degree. The shelters do not attract the drugs. The drugs are already in the community. What has been frustrating is the projection of the large metro areas and the problems that they have trying to be transposed to sisters. That's not going to happen. One of the things that we do have a very good feel of is the contingent of individuals that are in the wilderness right now. We know who is, apt to have those problems. So if they do come to shelter, we usually keep a very good eye on them. But no, there's no statistic to say that shelters bring more people in. They're already there. It may congregate them, but if we congregate everybody that's unhoused in the wilderness to our shelter, I don't think it's going to be bringing the problems that you're seeing in big metropolitan areas.
I did do some research myself.
Good.
Because I was concerned about that. It was voiced in several emails. I came upon several statistics. One was had to do with the best homeless assistant programs in the United States, and they ranked them, and the top 11 included Oregon. And I thought, well, that was interesting. Okay, so then I looked at the largest homeless increases in each state. So the first thing with the 11 states, including Oregon, was done in 2019. So then from 2020 to 21, I looked up how many homeless increased in those states. Only 2 of the 11 states showed an increase. That was California and Colorado. That means 9 didn't have an increase. In fact, it flattened, or there were fewer unhoused as a result of the work of the shelters. Then I checked one more stat, and that was from the top 10 states with homeless as of August 2023. And again, out of those 11 states in 2019, it turned out California and this time Oregon had an increase. So it doesn't mean that if you build it, they will come. I think there's not really evidence of that. So I just felt it was important to share that.
Thank you. And also, the surrounding communities, Redmond and Bend, have both opened more shelters themselves too. So I think that makes a difference if there are people in Redmond and they have Bethlehem Inn and they have Shepherd's House and with a big new facility, that that makes a difference as to whether or not people would be coming here for a temporary shelter when they would have a year-round shelter other places.
That's a good point. Madras and Lapine also opened 2 new ones.
The two you mentioned, though, those are usually high barrier. They're high barrier.
Bethlehem Inn is a Shepherd's
No.
House is,
Yeah, Shepherd's House is low barrier, so is Lapine, the door, as well as a new facility that's going to be opening in Madras is all going to be low barrier.
Just, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm done. No.
Just a quick follow-up, just procedural. Again, don't have any business plan in front of me, so these are things that I look for. State Fire Marshal says that in an emergency shelter, you have to have a number of things. Emergency evacuation plan, a floor plan showing where everything's gonna go. We haven't seen that yet. And life safety system, et cetera. One of the things it requires, and I'm a little concerned when you talk about paid staff at night, is are you gonna have enough to fulfill this, which is that you have to have a fire watch. And that fire watch has to be continually operated in the evening hours with somebody who's awake the entire time. It can be done by more than one person.
Actually, when they came in, they said we either have to do that and they have to do the fire watch every 20 minutes, or we can have a basically a monitor fire system that with a pull handle that then contacts the fire department. And you only have to have one individual awake at that point, and that person would be at our monitor station.
Someone has to be awake as
Oh
well.
yes, absolutely.
So your nighttime person
Yeah.
is going to be someone who's going to sleep during the day, I guess is what you're saying.
We've always had 2 night owls that we hire.
All right, that's what I wanted to hear, was more than
Yeah.
one. And then
Yeah.
one is always nervous to me.
Sure.
And so that was the, now, one other comment, and before we get there, and that is that, I know what you were trying to say, Diane, about population. I agree with you that we have in this community, folks who have alcohol issues, folks who have drug issues, they live in homes, and they drive cars. And so I'm not as concerned about those issues as some in this room clearly are. And so I just want to be very clear about that. I'm more concerned about whether you have the capacity and the ability and whether or not this is the right location. But as far as the other arguments, some of which were screamed at me in all cap letters 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 20, 30, 40, 50 times, the reality is these problems exist within this community with your neighbors and your friends who you know. And I know of at least one alcohol-related death in one of the highest, most expensive neighborhoods in this community. So that's, alcoholism is nasty, so is drug addiction.
Yeah.
I had a quick question, again, on kind of a lack of a business plan. Have you explored insurance and insuring the property at all? Because we are going through kind of a little bit of an epidemic of people's insurance being pulled because of wildfire risk hazard. And so wanted to even make sure that before.
You're
our expert.
Okay.
Our risk manager.
Okay.
Make sure you identify yourself and your address.
I'm Sharon Thorkeldson, and I am the treasurer and the secretary, and I worked in insurance for 20 years, and then in the accounting world for 20 years. And so we do have currently a insurance agent. We have an insurance policy, and I have talked to them. I sent them the appraisal to make them aware that we would be adding this onto the policy. So, and when we did that, we would also increase our liability. So yes, we're aware of the insurance aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'm up. What's the reason that the cold weather shelter, since, the last time you guys worked in 2022, decided to expand your mission into mental health services and laundry and things like that? I'm just trying to figure out, what was the purpose behind that, and when did that happen? Before the application process to COIC or MAC, or was it way before that?
Certainly with the mental health, it came on the cusp that Deschutes County Health hired an individual, David Fox, who we speak very highly of. He's essentially a caseworker. He's been all around the county. He's been out in our force. And he, of course, asked us our take on individuals that are residing in forests. And so we've just decided to partner with him. He can only be in town for 2 days a week. So he's identified individuals. We try to keep track of them. You know, we do service many individuals out there with food, water, clothing, support on their cars, RVs, all those sort of things. So that was the first. The laundry service is just something that we thought, well, you know, right now we're having, you want to answer that one? Okay, you got that one.
I'm going to answer that one
Yes.
because this really has been more of a concern with some of the women that we work with. And going out and meeting women, one of their main concerns was cleanliness, water, showers. The 2 showers at the park, the men are comfortable using. It's more difficult for women to use those and punch in tokens all the time. There's at least one woman I work with who is disabled, and she cannot manage those showers, but she would love to be clean. Yes. And also with the laundromat, it's great. We have a laundromat here. It's not evidently sufficient. There's often a long waiting time to get to machines and so on. And we just think this is a basic need of people to be able to keep clean. And if you don't like seeing disheveled people on the streets, well, sometimes there's a reason for that, and they don't have good access to laundry and showers. And a lot of the women in the camps ask, can we at least have some Rubbermaid tubs so we can hand wash our items? I mean, this is a big concern, especially I say with women, and there are some men too. Men like to be clean too, but I just don't think we have sufficient facilities in this town to meet the need that's out there. And many of them work in town. And I know one woman said she does caretaking and hospice work, and she must be very clean to report to work. And it's another challenge if you live in an RV, even an RV off grid. So I just think it's a very good thing to offer, and it's something that's fairly easy to offer, I think.
There's no ADA shower in that building currently, is that correct?
There's not.
But
So according to my notes and part of the packet, it shows that there's been four seasons of cold weather shelter in the past. That's 2018, 2019, 2021, and then the month or two on Main Street in early 2022. Okay, so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're not taking public testimony right now. So those are the resolutions that we passed for the emergency shelters on those years. Maybe there was a season before that, before we passed an emergency shelter. But I've been on council all 4 of those years. The first 3 or 4, depending on who you ask, were all partnered with community churches, usually 3 or 4, as we know. The last one on Main Street, although you seem to soft pedal some of the stuff that happened, I would say that it was pretty close to an unreasonable risk of safety in that area, according to some of the female business people that were there. I would almost call it a failure, to be honest with you. It was pretty bad. Part of it had to do probably with the size of the second floor. I understand that. Maybe some of it had to do with a smoking area, but for the most part, it was just about it being located there. And we had a lot of comments on that. And I won't forget that because I signed the resolution for that emergency shelter. And I was a little embarrassed afterwards because it went pretty sideways pretty fast. So to move forward without thinking about safety in a new shelter in a different place where there's a lot of businesses, I think is, there is some risk. It's likely, possibly unreasonable, depending on who you talk to. There was a meeting at the fire hall that was brought up by business owners and stuff, and you guys were invited to attend, and I would say that that could have been a pretty good time for you guys to have a roundtable with business leaders in the public forum. And I know you were there and Jim was there, right? And there might have been a couple other board members there. I was not able to make it. But I think you guys missed an opportunity during this process to be a little more open with the public about what was going on. And that meeting was the beginning of a period where I think that more information could have been shared.
We were, the reason we were there was not because we were invited. It was because someone notified us that there were posters being put on car windows that, and that's why we personally were there. We were not invited, just to make that clear.
Sure, okay. The reason I say that is because you had a roundtable with a lot of the houseless advocate community, which I understand. But they only reinforced what you already wanted to do. And I don't feel like there was enough process for the people that disagree with what you're doing or have concerns about what you're doing. And so I just wanted to make that point. Do you have records about how many people in the past stayed each night in the shelter? Do you guys keep those numbers?
Yeah.
I'm saying yes, but they're packed away. And so I'm hesitating. But yes, we did. We had a process when people came in every night. People signed forms, the code of conduct, and we kept track of how many people. And yes,
Okay.
there were records.
I think that, again, that may have been an opportunity to share that information with us, just so we kind of know what the historic use has been for the cold weather shelter. Because if I remember, my memory serves me right, I think usually it was 4 to 8-ish, and then a couple of cold nights was 12.
Yes.
A specific question to you guys is, you're saying you've talked to a woman that would love a shower. Have you guys kind of polled the houseless community out in the forest and kind of figured out how many people might show up? I mean, have you had conversations with them?
It's difficult for them to even look past their own day. That's the challenge. So to get them to think about what the winter might look like, or I can certainly tell you right now, there was a lot of hands being raised. Hey, could I get some shelter? From the smoke when we were putting individuals in the hotels.
Okay. Okay. You've spoken about a code of conduct. I've heard that phrase, I don't know, half a dozen times. Is that published anywhere? Is that part of this packet? Is it something that we can quantify? I mean, we want to support some kind of code of conduct. And in fact, I wouldn't approve this unless I saw one and was able to figure out what it is.
We do have copies of that. I don't
Okay.
have them with me.
No?
They exist. Yes, and everybody that spent the night did sign them.
In fact, that's been plagiarized from Shepherd's House. So we just try to follow. Why reinvent the wheel? You know, they do a good job with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's not an issue to me. If it was part of a criteria or a condition of approval to have a published code of conduct that all can see, is that a condition of approval that you would be able to accept?
Most certainly.
Okay. The next up is, for me, the other gray area is, you say you're an emergency shelter for emergency weather conditions. What are the criteria of that, what's the criteria of that weather? Is it a certain, in the past, in all of our emergency resolutions, there was always a Fahrenheit number. It's been 35, it's been 25. I think it's very important for the public to know when the shelter's going to be open. If it's every night in the winter, I don't think that that is something that would be widely supported.
Right.
If it's a cold weather shelter at a certain amount, under a certain area, I think that that's something that people may be able to get behind. There's nothing, haven't seen anything on that. Is that something that could be used as a condition of approval?
In the past, yes, we did have a degree. And I don't recall whether it was 32 or 35 degrees, but yes, there was a specific.
I can tell you, in
Okay.
2018, it was 25 degrees. for
Okay.
Temporary cold weather shelter. In 2019, it was 25 degrees. In 2021, it was 35 degrees.
Okay.
And in 2022, it was 35 degrees.
Okay,
I think that, again, this is a question that the public, I've been asked a lot. Well, what's it mean? What's it mean when it's cold, or what's it mean when it's hot? We haven't done a cooling shelter before. So I think that what's the conditions and the criteria for opening the shelter when it's hot? Is it 95? Is it 105? Is it 73?
Mr. Mayor, I saw something where it was an attachment from the city with regard to emergency conditions yourselves. And so I think the city has enacted, a strategic plan for that in its own.
Mhm.
I'd like to follow that same criteria. Parts per million, AQI and, temperature.
Okay.
yes.
So why would we change that?
Okay.
We just went through, and all of us went through it, a couple of weeks of heavy smoke and high temperatures. And that definitely would have been our criteria. For that, we were putting people in motel rooms that were health afflicted before that. So breathing problems, CPAP machines, all of that. I would have liked to have been there too.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to say that on that same vein, I had in my conditions of approval the continuance of coming to council for a resolution to implement an emergency condition, whether it be heat or fire or smoke or whatever, in partnership, once again, which we have always had. And that was, to me, an integral part of this being able to continue and be something I could support.
And just for a minute, going back to the code of conduct, one of the great things about our volunteers is we work as a team and with different strengths and different people. And one of our volunteers and former board members just showed me our code of conduct that he happened to have on his phone, so we can forward that to you.
Thank you. That would be, it's as much for us, but it's as much
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
public as well. They got to know what you guys are doing here. So, just looking. I think I had one more question. I'm just trying to find it.
Too much red.
Yeah.
While you're looking, could I?
Go ahead.
I'd like to add to the contingency statement, something that you mentioned, we should have the document for code of conduct. I think we should also have the emergency plan as far as, if there's someone who's acting out or whatever. As to the criteria for temperature, we need it not just for hot, cold, but also for
Snow.
the smoke.
Yeah.
I would also like to see a check-in process. It's probably a simple thing, check-in and check-out process. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think that this came to what I was trying to get to, maybe not as eloquently as some of my colleagues earlier, that we haven't got anything in front of us. What we have is discussion. And we make our decisions based on copious amounts of crap and notes and things like that. No, I'm sorry, Scott, I didn't say it. Anyway,
I needed to laugh.
the point being that it gives us a chance to read it over, to think about it, to think of what our questions are going to be. And it really puts you at a disadvantage that we don't have that in front of us. That's the message I'm trying to deliver. Also, the other thing, when we talk about emergency shelter, I think there was something in the fire marshals that talks about, and maybe you had a discussion with them, a maximum of 90 days. A temporary shelter can be used for a maximum of 90 days within a 12-month period. Is that something you're aware of in the
Yeah.
fire marshal? And you've had discussions about
That should suffice, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you look at winter,
Mhm.
X number of days, and you look at fire season, that's X number of days, how do you stay underneath that number?
We're gonna have to rely on you folks. I mean, if you deem that the conditions are an emergency as per the document that the city's put out, I mean, is it simply a phone call to City Hall to say, hey, we've been open 90 days and now we're in emergency conditions. Do you want us to open, or do you want citizens and occupants out there to suffer? You tell me.
That's a little
Well,
inflammatory.
I think the presumption is that I would expect from your side of the table
Sure.
to be monitoring how many days you've been open and what you've been doing, and that comes in a report to us, so we aren't caught blindsided when that occurs.
Done.
Oh, yes, yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Okay,
I think there might have to be also, I don't know where this stands with the federal government about doing permanent daylight savings time. But that changes, moves everything an hour, so if because I think, your time is 6 PM to 7 AM, is that based on
The clock.
coldest hours, well, the clock has things.
Yeah.
But is 7 AM based on, we're trying to get people out the door before other people show up for work at 8 o'clock? Or is that based on, there's usually the coldest part of the day is at a certain time, and
Well,
will, if permanent daylight savings time goes in, or is that gonna be, can this turn to 7 PM to 8 AM or 6 PM, 7 PM?
we
I
were
haven't thought it out that.
We were constrained by where we were located with the churches, so we went by their direction on that. But in our own shelter, I think we've talked about, we could adjust those hours during those winter months if need be, upon approval.
Okay.
anything else? Okay, so we've been going at it about 2 hours. The next item on the agenda is public testimony. Before we do that, because that's going to be quite a long time, let's take a break till 7:15 so people can use restrooms. If anybody needs to know where they are, they're around the corner to the right. And we will take a short break. The public hearing is still okay. All right. We will now invite members of the audience to provide testimony. If you're providing testimony, please fill out a request to speak form. Carrie has a stack of them over there. There's some up by the table up there. When your name is called, please state your name and address for the record. That's very important. Please state your name and address when you're up here at the microphone, and please speak clearly into the microphone. For those attending via Zoom, you will be asked to raise your virtual hand to provide testimony. We're going to do in-house testimony first and Zoom second. And then after that, we will have applicant rebuttal. What we're going to be, with the number of people that we have, we're going to be doing this a while. So if there's a chance that you're going to repeat someone else's testimony, if you can be a little brief so we can get through it tonight, that'd be great. It'd be helpful. I'm not telling you you can't speak. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, go ahead. You're more than welcome to, as long as it's based on the task at hand here tonight. Counselor Ross over here is going to be my 3-minute timer person. When your 3 minutes is up, he will raise that orange card. If you can wrap it up, you can have a few more seconds, but if you go quite a bit longer, I'll have to ask you to stop. We just have a lot of speakers tonight. How many speakers do we have in person? Do you know?
32.
32. If everybody goes 3 minutes, that's 90 minutes. So just try and keep that in mind. We all have families and want to get to them and maybe put them to bed. It might not happen.
We have some seats up front here. If people want seats, we have some up.
We have 4 seats up front if anybody wants to sit down.
Don't be shy.
Just like church.
It's actually 5. It's actually 5 seats.
Okay. Let's get going with our public testimony.
So I'm going to call the first 3 so that people know they're kind of on deck. Our first is Kellen Klein, and then Julie, I'm going to say your last name wrong, is it Nurk? And then Pat Thompson. And if somebody has a Zoom link opened on their phone, can you please mute it in the room? I'm hearing a little bit of echoing. Thank you.
Kellen Klein.
That's me. Don't wear it up. I want to face around a little bit.
No,
so I can block.
you're talking.
Okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Well then, hello, my name is Kellen Klein, and I live at 258 West Heising Drive in the Clearpine neighborhood. I'm the interim executive director of Citizens for Community. We are a nonprofit that works to foster a more connected community in Sisters Country by encouraging civility, collaboration, and civic engagement. In line with our nonpartisan mission, I am not here tonight to advocate for or against the cold weather shelter. Instead, I'm here to make a few comments and requests regarding how we all engage around this important issue. First, I'd like to thank all of us and all of you for showing up, whether you are an unpaid city council member or a deeply passionate community advocate or a concerned parent or business owner. We are all here because we care, and that is amazing. Of course, we don't all care about the same things, but I would so much rather live in a community of people who show up to debate the hard issues in a public setting than in one where people are disengaged and disaffected or disempowered. So thank you all for being here. Second, I'd like to acknowledge how raw and deeply personal this topic is for so many in this community. We all have our own rich, unique experiences that influence our respectful definitions of safety, of home, of community, of love. This discussion tonight might seem like it's just about a building, but in reality, it touches on all of those definitions and the deep-seated feelings that often come with them. So when folks speak tonight, I invite everyone to listen with a curious mind and a compassionate heart. What is it about their lived experience that might have caused them to say that? What do their words teach you about what they love? When we seek this shared humanity, it becomes a lot easier to honor someone else's perspective, even when it doesn't align with our own. And for those who do choose to speak tonight, I ask them or invite them to, in the words of the founder of nonviolent communication, Marshall Rosenberg, have the courage to speak their truth with love. Finally, I'd like to remind everyone and all of you here of the absurd amount of creativity and talent present in this community. We are a town full of artists, musicians, entrepreneurs, advocates, lawyers, doctors, quilters, caregivers, athletes, dirtbags, one weird journalist in a really gross cowboy hat, you name it. But most of all, we are doers. We roll up our sleeves and we get stuff done because we all care about this little slice of paradise that we've chosen to call home. Regardless of how this decision goes tonight, tomorrow we go back to being neighbors. And this is not the last hard challenge we'll face together. So whether we all leave here tonight pissed off or joyous, I hope that we can all commit to staying engaged, to staying creative, and staying collaborative as we work to build a community where all of us can thrive. And for those who are really ready to roll up their sleeves and do this immediately, I invite you to join us at the fire hall tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our workshop called Stop Shouting, Collaboration Through Candid Conversation. Thank you.
And you beat the red card.
Julie?
While Julie's coming up, I do want to remind the audience, try and keep your cheering and jeering both to a minimum so we can get through this thing. Thank you. Let's be civil. Hi, Julie. Well,
Hi.
go ahead. Sorry.
Julie Knirk, 67490 Cloverdale Road.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
I come here speaking to you with love. Our home of sisters is a gift of security and safety to my family of 17 years. In a world of few safe spaces, it saddens me to see if this shelter is approved, the direction our town may go in. If this shelter is approved, and you're wrong, the number of people that will be negatively affected by the shelter could be in the thousands. If those opposed to this are right, the few with needs will still be able to receive services, abundant services from the state and from the community, which is very supportive to those in need. So I just wanted to share the concerns that my children I've spoke with that look to live in this town. It saddens me to see it, the direction that this could begin to set our town in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Thompson. Next up is Gary T-Wall and then Cheryl Pellerin.
Pat Thompson, 331 West Barkley Drive. Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, thanks for being here tonight. First thing I'd like to do is ask the folks in
Pat,
the audience.
You're talking to us, buddy. You know.
Okay.
You used to be up here, you know.
All right.
Thank you.
I was talking to the ones that aren't going to get up here. My family's lived in Sisters since 2005. My wife and I have 2 daughters living in Sisters that graduated from Sisters High School. They married 2 Sisters High School graduates whose families also still live here in Sisters. Everyone hopes to see the grandkids graduate from and live in Sisters as well. We have been involved in our community. From 2008 to 2012, I was on the Sister City Council. My partners and I have owned Sisters Rental in the industrial park since 2007. I go to work every day in the industrial park. I have much more than a financial investment in this community and this industrial park, and a pretty good insight of where it came from and where it needs to go. This so-called cold weather shelter is not the right answer for our community, nor our light industrial park where a small business can operate or park a large truck. I'm not saying the community may not need some type of shelter, but let me give you the top reasons as why this location and this application should not be approved. Number one, it's the wrong location. You're taking away job-producing light industrial zoning. This is one of the only light industrial zones where you can actually operate a truck and park it at night. You can't do that in all the light industrial zones in this community. There was no community involvement in this, never discussed or reviewed by the community. That was number two. Number three, lack of any type of plan. No business plan, no safety plan, no emergency plan, no growth plan, no contingency plan, no plans. Number four, no community oversight. Zero control of what this could become. Number five, applicant is not qualified and doesn't have the necessary experience. Very gray area. Number six, it is an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. It needs to be looked at. Number seven, inadequate transportation and access to medical, adult, and commercial services. Number eight, this House bill, this law was never intended for an occasional cold weather shelter in a small town. It was intended for a full-time shelter in a large city. Number nine, Sisters does not have the necessary emergency and health services to support this type of shelter and what it can become. Number 10, it was a community, if we as a community need a temporary cold weather shelter, let's get together and do it the Sisters way with everyone involved, detailed planning, all the unknown questions answered, and community support. Nothing, not something that bypasses all the rules. I thank the council for taking the burden of making this decision, and I hope you vote to protect the people of this community and that those that have always supported it and are going to be here for the long haul. Thank you. Sorry, Gary.
Gary T-Wall.
Yeah, this happened to a lot of former city councilor talk, you know, we go on forever.
Gary, you're up.
Okay, Gary T-Wall, 16410 Highway 126, Sisters, Oregon. Thanks for having me. Now, if I were a counselor in your position, believe me, I would think of nothing else in my decision other than safety. That'd be the first thing on the topic. Now, they've talked a lot about the building, and I'm not a building expert, but if I were you, I would certainly hire a private building inspector to have a look at that. So not there, but a private one, and then I would incorporate the use of the county building inspector to be sure that this building is going to be used currently as it is with the current code applications that are necessary. That'd be my first goal. You're hard pressed if there was a lawsuit, let's say you denied this and we get a big lawsuit that they talk about, I think a judge would be hard pressed to deny your process under a safety guideline. For example, you have no elevator in the building, you have no fire suppression system. Those are huge deals. And this is kind of far out there, but do we need another 1894 Silver Lake ordeal? That could happen, believe me. Okay, now the other safety items is really more important probably. You cannot get to this building safely without trespassing or walking on Barclay Drive. You can't do it. You'd need a four-wheeler to do it. It's dark, there's no lighting, no sidewalks to speak of. These homeless people have heavy packs and they're coming at 5 o'clock and there's gonna be ice every day for 5 months. Every night there's ice. And believe me, when Barclay, it doesn't have to snow, just a little moisture and you got a slippery, horrible condition. These guys got backpacks and loads and they're not stable to begin with. And they step out on that street to travel, they're going down. And you're gonna see it. And I don't want it to be on your watch if this stuff happens, nor the city of Sisters and what we've developed over all these years to produce and have it shot down by some things that the media might throw at us. Now, when let's say you have a snow issue, you plow the snows, you got a berm. Now, you can't get off the berm. You get a big snow, they're troubled. They're gonna walk right down that
Eric,
road and they're gonna
I'm
fall.
sorry, you're quite a ways over now.
Yeah. 3 minutes, you sure that was right?
I'm at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
I think you made a mistake. All right.
Thank you, Gary.
It's the mayor's timer, so you can blame him.
Cheryl Pellerin. Behind Cheryl is Vito Bartolotta and Amy Larrabee.
Thank you. City Council must reject the emergency shelter application. It fails to meet the criteria of adequate transportation access to medical services. The application states the proposed site is within 1 mile of medical services and includes EMTs. This response brief fails to even describe any transportation access, let alone adequate. But first, Sisters does not have any walk-in medical services like urgent care or emergency rooms, as we know. These facilities don't require insurance or appointments. These facilities provide a vast range of treatment. These are the types of facilities critical for the homeless. Our city staff issued a report regarding the proposed shelter. It read, emergency rooms and urgent care clinics are not expressly required under the criteria of the bill. Does that mean we ignore the intent of this bill? This entire House bill was written for the homeless. So it should go without saying that the medical services referred to in this bill must accommodate the special needs of our homeless. As far as EMTs, no one should rely or inundate our emergency services for non-threatening calls that could be treated by an urgent care clinic. So, with appropriate medical services actually 20 miles away, let's look at the lack of adequate transportation. The city staff report reads, Cascades East Transit provides regular service to Bend and Redmond in addition to dial-a-ride services. The truth is, there is very limited free transportation. The dial-a-ride service is only available on Tuesday morning. On Monday through Friday, the best to Bend after 7:13 a.m. is 9 hours later at 4:18 p.m. And if you do take the 4:18 p.m. bus to Bend, there is no return bus until the next day. The Redmond route has a similar gap in its schedule. No free buses to Bend on Saturdays. No free buses to Redmond on Saturdays or Sundays. And finally, no buses in the evenings when the proposed shelter will be open. City Council must reject this application because the City of Sisters fails to have adequate transportation access to appropriate medical services critical for our homeless community. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. We appreciate it.
Vito Bartolotta.
We appreciate all the speakers, just so you know.
Vito Bartolotta, 251 West Barkley and 67480 Cloverdale Road. So unreasonable risk. I want to ask you guys, can I ask you a question? Do you know who Tina Klein is? Tina Klein. Do any of you know who Tina Klein is? Okay. I hope and pray that name rings a bell in everyone's memory. Tina moved to Sisters from Portland and became our neighbor 3 years ago. She left Portland because of the political environment, most notably the crime and homeless problem. She told me Portland changed fast and there's no going back. She moved to Sisters for the small community atmosphere, and being a single woman, thought it was very safe. She purchased 20 acres across from the Cloverdale Fire Department. She worked full-time and farmed on her spare time, mostly weekends and evenings. She had pasture grass, a hop field, a pumpkin patch, and even sold eggs to locals. Tina was my neighbor. On May 31st, 2022, Tina was brush hogging her hop field in the evening on her spare time. She was murdered by a homeless man, obviously mentally ill. That day has changed my life forever. Apparently, I'm the last person on earth to hear Tina in an altercation with this man. I'm not going to get into the details per my 3 minutes, but I can tell you Tina made the ultimate sacrifice for her community and neighbors. That tragedy could have easily had other names attached to it. Myself, Brooke Knurk, Lori Owen, Dawn and Tiger, who live across the street. We were all in the general vicinity that evening. This is the reality of the current proposal. This proposed homeless shelter will create a vacuum from surrounding cities and bring more mentally ill characters into Sisters Country. Lou Blanchard, along with Charlene Weed, have orchestrated a well thought out tactic of guilt and shame. Guilt and shame the citizens of Sisters. Guilt and shame the city council. Please don't buy into the guilt and shame game. This decision you're about to make will negatively impact you as well as the citizens you represent for generations to come. Lou and Charlene are selling us on the term homeless and the term cold weather shelter. They both know these terms spark emotion. Nobody wants people to be homeless or out in the cold. What you don't see in the purchase price of this sale is the mental illness, the criminal activities, and the drug and alcohol abuse that follows. This community is not prepared for any of the aforementioned. I'm almost done. The simple solution is to allocate our money to mental hospitals that are well equipped to handle this crisis. The current governor got elected on this promise, and so far keeps kicking the can down the road.
I'm
The
gonna
worst
have to
part
call you
is
on
she's
time.
kicking the can towards
I'm
our
gonna have to
small
call you on
communities.
time. I'm sorry, but I have to call you on time. You're over, almost 40 seconds over, so.
Thank you.
Please never forget Tina.
Carrie Kiefer. After that is Julie Bartolotta, and then the Reverend John Collins. Yes. I'm sorry, Carrie Kiefer is next, and then Amy Larrabee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've got Carrie, and then I've got Julie, and then I've got the Reverend John Collins. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I already flipped it over. Apologize. Amy, you're next.
That's a hard one to follow. My name is Amy Larrabee. I live at 15245 Wendigo Trail in the woods. My homeowner's insurance for fire safety is over $7,000 a year due to the homeless problem that has rose dramatically in the last 3 years in Sisters specifically. I have video of being out on the trails running, of burnt down motorhomes, looters going through, picking through treasures, etc. I no longer feel safe doing that, and the question is raised, well, they're already here, yes. I personally do not feel comfortable enabling any of that behavior in the woods or in our city at all. There should be no leniency to this whatsoever. So I run a lot off of facts. So on April 26, 2023, the bendsource.com listed some statistics for our Central Oregon community. Redmond's, from 2021 to 2022, Redmond's homeless population doubled, more than doubled, from 127 to 262. Warm Springs' homeless population tripled from 22 homeless to 73. Mind you, again, this is 21 to 22 of the year. The Bend homeless rose almost 30% from 785 to 1,012. There is no mention of Sisters in this article. Those communities all have either cold weather shelters or homeless shelters, and all of those communities have dramatically risen in 1 year. The previous year we have. The only community to drop was Sun River, whom does not have a cold weather shelter and who does not have a homeless shelter, and their numbers dropped from 49 homeless people to 9 homeless people. So please, I urge you councilmen and women to consider the facts that has been at least produced to us to read for those statistics. So I actually disagree with what Councillor Cobb has said, that actually putting in homeless shelters or cold weather shelters actually improved the safety and health of our community. Central Oregon Daily on July 13th. Oh, let me speak. Sisters Cold Weather Shelter and Lou Blanchard are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. I beg you guys to keep your eyes open and your ears open in this fact, and I have proof from his own statement, quotes from Blanchard's own statements. July 13th, 2023, he was interviewed by the Central Oregon Daily. Now they are very, very good. The staff are very, very good about telling us what we want to hear or what they think is needed to hear for this to be approved. But his words himself, and I quote, Blanchard says, this is the first time Sisters will have a permanent homeless shelter. He has zero intent on this being an emergency shelter. It is referenced multiple times in this. And to wrap up, since I am up my 3 minutes, just so you guys know, the weather in Sisters, Oregon, on average, there's only 3 months that are above 35 degrees at night, June, July, and August. August is the fires. So there you go, you guys. Permanent shelter is what they're trying to do, and I urge you guys to
Your time is
not.
up. Thank you.
Carrie Kiefer?
Hi, I'm Carrie Kiefer and I live at 16452 Spunky Drive. And I'm going to be kind of all over the board because I was just taking notes as I was listening. I was at the meeting at the fire hall as well as the last meeting here and this one. And just some things that came to mind is they said that there were few incidences when they had the cold weather shelter before. And I just would like to point out that's reported incidences. It seems like everything is very vague and we're getting different answers about a lot of things. I think it's important to help the people that want a hand up and not just a handout. And I think that's the difference with a lot of people in the woods. A lot of them choose to live there and they would tell you that. So go out and help them out there. They are not monitoring whether or not drugs and alcohol are being used. That bothers me. There's even been reports they've been used in the shelters at night. And when it was brought up by one of the volunteers, the other volunteer said, "Don't say anything, we don't want to get shut down." Now, are they going to acknowledge that? Most likely not. I feel like once this is approved, if it's approved, and then they are going to go and push something in further, it's going to be very unlikely that they'll actually go back to you guys, the city, and ask that it be reevaluated. I'm curious about the Shepherd's House letter. That seemed really strange, that there's a letter in the file, but it didn't indicate that they were partners. If they were partners and they were working together, why didn't it just say that? I don't think they have the experience for the shelter that they are proposing. Doing what they've done the last several years is not anything like what they're doing now or what they're trying to do. I'm curious where the success stories are. Where are the people that they've helped get out of the situation that they're in? It seems like, I mean, if I was doing something like this, I would want to bring success stories. I would want those people speaking here. And that just might be it. Just a second. I don't think that the question that was asked to Lou regarding helping purchase security guards or helping build fences was answered. I think he said he talked to the group, but was the answer yes, you would help build fences or add security, or was the answer no? And the one thing about statistics, either way, the first thing I learned in real estate is statistics can be, depending on what you look at, it can say anything you want it to. I'm also curious why it's harder for women to put tokens in the shower than it is for men. And why is the code of conduct not here? Like, I would have thought they would have brought it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
And just so you know, I'm holding up at 3 minutes, and I'm giving all you a little bit extra time, but I will interrupt you if you go too long, so.
Julie Bartolotta?
Hi, everybody. I've raised my family and sisters for 18 years. We used to frequent Portland. It was one of our favorite places to visit. Portland started catering and accepting with open arms anyone who needed help. People flocked there, and it only took a few years to become the way it is today. The homeless population is so out of control, and the best solution our government has come up with is to give an astronomical amount of money to individual groups to open low-bearing shelters in smaller cities and towns. What they are trying to do is disperse the complete disaster allowed to happen in the bigger cities. Yesterday, I visited the Shepherd's House in Bend, as well as the adjacent businesses in operation, the Buy Mart, Pro Rentals, and American Furniture. The Shepherd's House is used on Lua Blanchard's application, attachment G, as an affiliation with the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter. Lou has complimented that he has learned a lot from the Shepherd's House and their model. Yesterday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I observed at least 25 people loitering on sidewalks, sleeping in bushes, sleeping on the sidewalks, socializing in the businesses' parking lots, or on the streets in front of the businesses adjacent to the Shepherd's House. The Shepherd's House had a very large parking lot. It was full of cars and their trunks and hatchbacks open, and people sitting or sleeping in most of them. A portable bathroom and shower house was on the flatbed trailer parked on the street, which I will add is an industrial part of Bend, much like Barclay. I spoke with the owners, managers, and some employees to the businesses, and they were all in the same agreement. The low barrier shelter was by far the worst thing that's ever happened. Buy Mart had to hire a full-time guard to walk employees to and from their vehicles. Customers trying to come in and try to help prevent the enormous amount of theft that happened daily. I asked the manager and another employee from Pro Rentals to come speak to you all about their daily experiences. I'm hoping he's here, a long meeting, so he may have had to leave. The research I've done, and I encourage you to do your own, the Shepherd's House started in 2017 just providing meals and services. It changed the direction of their service by the House Bill of 2006. 2021, they became a cold weather shelter that serviced evenings as well. Currently, for the past 2 years, they're open 24 hours, 7 days a week, running as a full-time low-bearing shelter, the exact shelter that they're proposing. The definition of a low-bearing shelter, a location that has minimal requirements and expectations for entry. A low barrier approach is a way to meet people where they are, meaning providing an environment where they can be who they culturally and emotionally are. A low barrier approach are non-punitive, which means no punishment. Okay, I'll wrap it up. I had some more. I just challenge all you guys, before you make your decision, go there, stand outside for 30 minutes, see for yourself what this probably is going to bring in the near future for Sisters if you approve it. And remember, whoever signs and approves this, it's kind of all eyes are on you. So hopefully you make the right decision.
You're way out of time now.
The Reverend John Collins, followed by Jill Pinion and Kathy Ganese.
John Collins, 689 South Birch Street, Sisters. I'm a priest at the Episcopal Church of the Transfiguration here in Sisters. I wish to speak in favor of establishing a warming shelter here in Sisters. I realize that many in this community are opposed to the shelter. I appreciate their concerns, but believe that one is desperately needed here. I believe that you can approve the application and insist on appropriate measures that assure the safety of the surrounding community. Transfiguration, along with other churches in the area, such as Sisters Community Church and Well House, have in the past hosted warming shelters. I've heard some, well, let the churches do it if it needs to be done. Speaking of Transfiguration, which is a smaller congregation compared to the others who have hosted it, hosting the warming shelter is frankly beyond our sustained capabilities. When we did host it, however, we found those who came to be well-behaved and very grateful for what we provided. The homeless population and Sisters, whose needs are complex, need far more than the churches can provide. Thus, a staff shelter makes sense. Jesus said, "Whosoever does this to the least of these, does it unto me." Now, this statement may be of no value to any of you here or any of you here, but it is for me. I'm a priest. That's why I wear my collar. It is, if you don't approve the application, from my perspective, and I suspect those of many others, we will no longer be able to call ourselves a truly caring community. I recognize there are many in the community who are very caring individuals, but the message we would be sending to everyone outside of Sisters is that we only care about some in our community. The homeless and others on the margins, get out. We don't want you here. Is this the message we really want to be sending? Something for you to think about as you make your deliberations. Thank you for your attention and time, and God bless.
Thank you.
Jill, opinion?
Jill? No? Okay.
Okay. Kelly? Ganesan? No?
Nope. She's come?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Cindy Weaver?
Hi, my name is Cindy Weaver and I live at 16895 Ponderosa Cascade Drive. I really don't want to stand up here and restate everything that Amy Larrabee, Carrie Kiefer, and Julie Bartolotta said. I would just like to state for the record that I agree with everything they said and that I'm against the cold weather shelter being proposed here in Sisters. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got the record.
Beth Prince?
Hi.
What was your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beth Prince, 22 Lundgren Mill Drive. Actually, my house faces the back of the cold shelter, which is wanting to be there. We also saw a map of where there is a walkway that goes straight to our houses there. I am concerned about what it might bring in. We have a lot of kids in that neighborhood, older people. I would just say this: integrity, credibility, common sense to make this either you either sign or you don't. I've gone to 3 meetings and these guys have changed their answers every single time. And so there is no integrity, credibility, and then there's some common sense. So I just ask you to maybe think about before you sign. I love people. I want to help people, but there is a way to do it. And I don't think alienating a whole town for a few people is really the right way to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, I'm sorry I can't make out your last name. And then next up is Lori Blanchard and Spencer Harwright. Amisa.
Hello, my name's Justin Eth. I work at 201 Northeast 2nd Street in Bend, Oregon. I was invited here by Julie. She had called me earlier today asking some questions about my experiences with the homeless shelter next to my work. And the first thing out of my mouth was, it's horrible. You guys have no idea the stuff that we deal with every day at our work with this homeless shelter. I hear a lot of words and everybody's being so polite and saying all the key words like they're saying, but it's horrible. I've seen a car destroyed by a machete by a crazy man. We've had SWAT team down there in a standoff situation. They've had stabbings. You know, don't get this wrong, guys. It's not what they're saying it is. It's horrible. These people there's a lot of good people there, don't get me wrong, but there's some evil people there. And I've had to chase off drug dealers, prostitution. It brings so much evil that you have no idea. I know you people are trying to do something right for the community, and I commend that. But I have to deal with it every day, and it is horrible. And it started out as, it's just gonna be a cold shelter. That's what I was told. You won't even know they're here. And then it turns into a warming shelter. Then it's a full-time shelter. Now I'm fighting people to get off my property. I'm being threatened by people from this homeless shelter. There's a lot of evil people in that shelter. I don't care what you people say. And I don't mean to be so rude, and I'm not judgmental, but I'm dealing with it every day. I mean, and you guys need to call the manager at Weimar and ask them what they deal with every day. Because nobody's come to us in that community next to this shelter and asked us. You guys they'll have the news there and everything, throwing this beautiful little story out, but they don't show the underbelly. There's so much violence down there that it's not even funny. Yeah, there's good people. But I'm driving to work and there's a lady in the road naked, dying. That just happened recently. Okay, I came across that. It's not all apples and oranges here, guys. It's evil down there. And it's hard to go to work. It's unsafe. If I go down there after hours, I'm packing because that's how unsafe I feel. When we leave the shop, we leave in pairs and we're grown men. It's horrible. And that's all I gotta say. I mean, I wish you guys the best as your community. And I really think this is gonna tear your community up if you allow it. I really do, because I'm watching it do it to Bend. I'm born and raised in Bend. My grandfather's born and raised in here. I'm not a transplant. I've lived here all my life. And I'm watching this homeless shelters destroy Bend. That's it. Thank you.
Lori Blanchard.
Hi, I'm Lori Blanchard, 662 North Willett Street, Mayor, Council. I've enjoyed this community and what it stands for over the past 20 years. I too was fearful of the houseless, and like critics, I was deeply troubled and disgusted by what I saw happen in my own hometown of Portland. All the illegal tent camps and poor government policy turned my beautiful town into an unsafe, crime-infested dump. And all of us can agree we don't want that here in Sisters. And we don't have that in Sisters, largely due to a strong history of assisting and managing the houseless by the shelter and our large group of over 100 community volunteers over the last 6 years. I volunteer at the local food bank. There are houseless and housed, and they come in and shop together. We usually support up to 150 people a week. Everyone is respectful to the rules and waits their turns politely. Many of the housed are only a month or two away from being houseless themselves. So this is a very important service to provide to help these struggling families. The high school even sends students to the food bank during volunteer hours at the school. There has never been a safety issue or public outcry over the students being there with houseless without additional security. I also am one of those 100 volunteers at the emergency shelter for the past several years. All of the bonded paid workers and us volunteers are trained. The houseless arrive and must read the rules and sign in. They are tired and hungry and freezing. They don't loiter outside in the freezing weather. The only thing on their mind is a warm meal and a warm place to sleep. If there is not an emergency shelter, they're still here. They're going to congregate back at the newly remodeled library when it reopens, because that's where they were before. Or tables in the back of Ray's Deli or any other establishment to try to get warm because they're freezing. And we've already discussed in other meetings, for the record, that many of our houseless have jobs in town or go to our schools. So we can't just ship them to another overnight emergency shelter in Bend, as then they will miss school and fail or lose their jobs, all of which will compound the problem. The shelter we used for several years is right across the street from hundreds of residential homes and right literally next door to the middle school. When the houseless left in the morning, and the kids were coming to school. To my knowledge, there was never an incident of public outcry for safety for this neighborhood of students arriving at school. No one can guarantee complete safety, just as you can't guarantee me safety standing here tonight or walking to my car or any of the other establishments in town.
I'm sorry,
almost
but
done.
you're over, and you're over by a bit, so.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
Thank you.
Spencer Hamisa up next. After that is Roger Detweiler and then Paul Basile.
Spencer Hamaga, 1329 West Williamson Avenue. You tried. I'll keep this brief. Business owner here in Sisters during the 2022 season with the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter. We had an individual that thought that we were adjacent to the cold weather shelter. Employees that were working that evening were confused, didn't know what to do. They went out to an outdoor storage unit that we keep on the property, and the individual had barricaded themselves within that storage container. Deputies had to be called. Deputies picked up the person, took them to the shelter. End of story. The next day, that individual came back with another individual. So there was two people now. I was there, I was present for this. I confronted and said, hey, you know, you matched the description of the person last night, like you're at the wrong spot. You know, like, you know, the deputies, I can show you where it is. They were agitated, had to call deputies again. The individuals left the property before the deputies arrived. That was the only instances we had that winter. Just wanted to bring that to the council because I didn't report it and I'm adjacent, not even close to Main Street. And just another thing in terms of like what Councilor Letts was saying about if you build it, they will come. The habitat free shelf that's back in the alley there has increased our vandalism, our late night, early morning employees. We had to shift some of our shifts around. Our early morning employees that come well before the sun rises know the deputies by name. They call them to be escorted into the property. We had to install floodlights, cameras, things like that in order to try and create just a sense of security for our employees that are coming in. Sometimes if the deputies are on other calls, they're unable to make it, they will call one of our general managers or myself, and we will go in there and escort them into the property. So just a couple anecdotes from the business owner in town. So thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Detweiler.
Thank you to the City Council for the opportunity to address this issue. I'm here to speak on behalf of approving the presentation to you with respect to a homeless shelter. I ask that you approve not only the number that you're considering, but the fullest number that can be housed in this facility. And I also ask that funds be appropriated by the city to assure the successful operation of this facility. And now a moment for the critics. What we're witnessing is blatant, unfounded fear-mongering. What we're seeing here is nothing less than bald-faced bigotry. I ask you to give the weight that these people deserve in reaching a decision about the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Paul Basile, and then Liz Foster, and after that, Kurt Culver.
My name is Paul Basile, and I live in the Clear Pine subdivision, 450 feet from the proposed 24/7, 365 homeless shelter. I thank Mayor, Council, and staff for holding this hearing as being in the best interest of the community input and transparency, although not required by HB 3395 or 2006. I emphatically state that no one I know or have met or communicated with on social media object to a temporary inclement weather shelter for the homeless among us, not living in an operable trailer or an RV or a mobile home. On the contrary, it's my belief that this type of accommodation would be fully supported by our community. And in fact, it has been. In years past, the applicant, in partnership with area churches and even the city, provided cold weather shelter during declared emergencies, and there was never any opposition to that from our community. However, the proposal you will be rendering a decision on is not that. And I'm certain that after all the public testimony, all the emails to council and staff, all the reading of comments, issues, concerns, unanswered questions, you know that without a doubt, the opposition being so overwhelming. I find it both interesting and disturbing that neither HB 2006 or HB 3395 mention a weather emergency. Nowhere in the text of legislation. In fact, Emergency Order 2302 specifically states that no emergency order shelter funds that emergency order shelter funds cannot be used for the development, expansion, or operation of shelters specifically designed to provide services during inclement weather. Rather, the term emergency in HB 2006 and 3395 is used generically as it pertains to the state of homelessness that prevails in places like Portland and Corvallis and Salem and Eugene and Bend and Redmond and many other larger cities, but not Sisters. And as we all know, and as we all see in person and through the visuals in the media, there is no emergency in Sisters. A solvable problem? Yes. Emergency? No. And what we see now is not only horrific and disturbing on so many human levels, but we see much of it on the streets and sidewalks and under the bridges and in close proximity to homeless shelters in those cities. We don't have that now in Sisters, and we don't want it. I'm not going to go into numerous personal emails to you or restate others' positions, but I'd like to share a few other thoughts. In this day and age, it appears to be acceptable to tell a lie over and over and over without being held accountable or responsible to anyone to tell the truth or be forthcoming with all the facts in any manner or questioning of it. And the same appears to be acceptable when it comes to breaking the law. And ignorance of the rule of law is no excuse. That has been my personal experience with the leadership of this organization. I've lost track of the number of questions and inquiries have been asked or submitted and not been responded to. Knowing that there was state taxpayer money available distributed through the COIC and the MAC, this organization applied for and received $1.4 million in grant. However, the only way this organization even qualified for this grant money was to emphatically state that they would be running a
That's
full-time
time, Paul.
session.
You're over by quite a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Ms. Foster?
My name is Liz Foster. I live at 219 West High Scene Drive. I am a member of the Clear Pine community, and I've been a lifelong Oregon resident and also 50 years in this community. I thank you, Kellen, for setting the tone for tonight and for the council and the mayor and the cold weather shelter and all the community members here today. I wanted to speak on behalf of kind of that opportunity of being a volunteer for Sisters Cold Weather Shelter in the past. I was a monitor during dinner times, and as a woman, I experienced no threat or misconduct during my time there. And I felt comfortable coming and going as well. I also am an avid outdoors person. I get around the community. I walk on Barclay Drive during the day and during the night. And I have been able to get around safely on those streets and also in the community and forest as well. I appreciate the city addressing the houseless global human rights crisis. I gleaned off of the website that this is a complex issue, which a lot of us have stated on both sides, and it takes the community to recognize the importance of addressing this crisis with empathy and collaboration and practical solutions. The city as stated, is committed to working alongside community partners, service providers to find a comprehensive and effective strategy to address houselessness. I have seen the works and of the volunteers and the people who have started this facility, and I knew when I first arrived here, I wanted to understand our houseless issue here. I come from suburb of Portland. I've lived in Seattle. I have worked in a tertiary hospital that takes care of houseless people and also discharges them to the street. And we need to be aware of what the needs are medically. I also know that this is a town that brings in a large amount of tourists for many different events, whether it be the rodeo, quilt show, folk festival, and we are capable of handling those people during the times of medical issues and emergencies. All the issues that have been discussed, mental health, addiction, violence, happen under our rooftops, as many people have said, and I have lived in those situations as well. So I appreciate all your time and effort in trying to address this situation, and I support the Sisters Cold Water Shelter siting at Barkley. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Kurt Kalberg. After that is Peggy Snow, and then Mark, here is from Sovereign.
How are you guys doing? My name is Kurt Kalberg. Live Post Office Box 3500. I'll use that one. I've lived in this town for about 45 years. I want to thank Jennifer there for saying this is not Redmond, this is not Bend, this is not Madras, this is not Lapine, this is Sisters. Totally different story. Mr. T-Walt left and he says, I wish I had an expert on construction. I think I'm it. Third generation, built most of this town, Five Pine, everything. And the building they're considering using for, it was 20 and I'm surprised now it's 40 people, was our original feed store. It was a barn. It was a pole barn. And Mr. Blanchard called me one of those phone calls because I have some property near there, and he said, I mentioned fire life safety. Oh, I don't have to do that. I don't have to put in sprinklers. I don't have to do anything because I'm above the law. The law is fire life safety for anybody else in this room where you're housing people. He's above the law. That's wrong. Our homeless problem used to be, when I came to this town, one man, Norman, had 3 dogs. That was our homeless problem. We handled it. We took care of Norman, and we can handle our own problem, but we don't need this jammed down our throat. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here tonight. I respectfully oppose the application for the cold weather shelter. The revised application under HB 3395 still does not comply with the provisions of the law. The safety issue remains high for not only the shelter, but surrounding businesses, residences, and for the general public. In the funding application EO 23-002, the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter is to agree to a low barrier principles for its clients, which do not require criminal background checks, sobriety, nor any identification. The Sisters Cold Weather Shelter proposes that it will require clients to agree to a loose code of conduct. And how is that going to be enforced? I still believe that there's going to be a draw of homeless individuals from other locations. They don't expect it, but at the same time, they're not prepared for it. And they're not going to be able to handle it. The community of Sisters is at high risk for vagrancy and crime. There will be unintended consequences, Hardworking, tax-paying residents and business owners will be left unfairly holding the bag from this ill-conceived project. As far as the availability of public safety coverage, a formal study should be undertaken in conjunction with the county sheriff, and a report from the sheriff should be submitted to the council and the public. And this is something that has not been brought up whatsoever, to my knowledge. What provisions are in place for people who have companion animals, example dogs, for the homeless individuals seeking shelter at the shelter during the extreme weather conditions? Will the humans be allowed in, but not the companion? Who's going to take care of their animal? I firmly believe that humans can take care of themselves, but animals are dependent on humans for their care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for speaking.
Mark Severin, I believe, has gone. Madeline Stasko, behind that is Chris Calvin, and then Kirk. Sorry, I can't pronounce the last name.
Okay. Hi, I'm Madeline Stasko, and I live at 134 West Clear Pine in the Clear Pine development. And I just want to say I walked along Barclay this morning, and I do not feel comfortable. I walk a lot in the morning time, and I avoid that section because I have to walk on the side, on the grass and whatnot, so I don't feel comfortable walking in that area. I have a couple of concerns. One of the biggest concerns is lack of a business plan. I'm a banker. I'm an ex-banker. I retired a year ago. And I was looking for an income statement. I was looking for a balance sheet. I was looking for projections. I was looking, is this a viable? It's $1 million for a building, 500,000. What's the up, what's it going to cost to bring it up to grade? We're talking about giving fences. We're talking about security. What's it going to cost? So is it a viable concern? I think it's needed. I just don't know if it's a viable concern. The second is, I had a question, is it's easy to say yes. Okay, let's put this in. But what if you get in and all of these fears do come? What if they do come to reality? Can you say no? And I asked that, and the answer I got was both HB 2006 as updated by HB 3395, and this is from the city, they're silent with respect to closing down a shelter. And it's unclear if the city has revocation authority under the bills like it would with other permits. So I think we really have to look at, maybe it'll work out good. And I think that would be great. I would volunteer there. I think it's needed. But what happens if it doesn't? Can you take it back? You're making a long-term decision for the city, and you talked about being embarrassed about the Main Street. Well, imagine having people come to you and you have no power. No business would give its power away. And you're running a business, and I don't know any business that would say, that would give the power that it has. So I just make sure that you have the power to say no once you say yes. And the other is, I would love to see a collaboration. I would love to see people coming together. Someone else mentioned it, and people have said, you've got the money. And getting people, the businesses, there's some emails that I saw that the businesses said that they would do, they would do labor, they would do this. Maybe there's a solution that's a win-win. So, and I would love to be part of that. So anyway, thank you for letting us speak tonight, and good luck. This is a big decision. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
You were exactly 3 minutes. I don't know how you did that, but you were.
My name is Chris Calvin. My address is 69473 Lasso. I also own a property in the industrial park, 1.5 acres, which is a neighbor of this property. One could say that I have a significant amount of skin in the game. So I am tempted to
do away with my prepared notes and address some of the preposterous things I've been hearing from my associates. I will have to respectfully disagree with Pat about the risk not being unreasonable, or the risk being unreasonable from Pat's standpoint. I disagree with that. I also need to disagree with the fact that owning a permanent building disqualifies you from having several part-time businesses on that property, as I do. And then furthermore, I disagree with the idea that you can't take a building that was originally a feed store and turn it into something new. I know all about converting old 100-year-old buildings into totally functional, safe, legal properties. And it is quite upsetting to me to hear people put words in other people's mouths that they did not say. So anyway, some of you may know, well, I've been in the industrial park for renting and owning property since 1990, for so 33 years. And about 15 years ago, I was what one can call a ringleader for an unqualified small group of activists who were trying to remove onerous limitations on property uses imposed by those with no appreciation on or understanding of economics or business. So I was very much in rewriting the development code for the light industrial. Our mission, or at least mine at the time, was to be inclusive. To some degree, we did succeed partially, but it was not perfect. Mistakes were likely made, but we definitely made things better. And for clarification, as it relates to this particular application, I contend that the risk of this project is not unreasonable. And again, I'm a neighbor. So we all agree, or we might agree, that homelessness is a problem, and some may believe that it needs to be addressed. My challenge to the critics of this proposal is, one, if not here, then where? Two, if not now, then when? If not this, then what? Just don't complain or throw stones. Come up with a plan and implement it like an activist. Letting them freeze is not a plan. Without activists, we would not have many amenities we currently enjoy in Sisters, such as parks. We'd have fewer parks, minimal trails, no ADA trails for certain, no local option.
I'm afraid you've reached the magic limit.
Magic number. Okay.
Thank you
very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Kirk, and then Jonathan Leahy, and then Nancy Eversole.
My name is Kirk Schlemline. I'm here with my wife Cynthia. We live at 67996 Peterson Burn Road. And I want to thank the counselors for this evening and opening us to public conversation. I also want to thank the applicants for being here as well, and also the people here giving their feedback. And I don't doubt that the applicants are sincere in their desires, and there certainly are challenges out there. The problem I'm having is it seems we're getting into a serious mission creep situation with this proposal. It seems that we move from saying, let's just have it for cold weather shelter, to now it's inclement weather, it's 20 people, it's 40 people. And again, as was stated earlier with regards to what they're seeing in Bend at Shepherd's House, it's an untenable situation for the people that live there, the citizens. These are citizens who are being affected. People like to use the word for the homeless like neighbor. Much of what's going on with these people is not neighborly. They're making choices. It could be a situation where homelessness doesn't lead to drug use, but drug use can certainly lead to homelessness, as an example. And there are a great many people. They could be widows, they could be orphans, they could be infirmed. Those people truly do need help. But for people that are choosing homelessness as, uh, you know, uh, almost a, go to a certain area because I know I'm going to get particular benefits, where else would a lot of people want to go other than Sisters? It's a wonderful place to be. It's near Bend. It's near Redmond. There's accommodations. There's a county that has money, and they are going to target this location. And we are fooling ourselves so we don't believe that they're communicating to say this is a great place to go. We've seen it with Portland. We've seen it with Seattle as an example. And so my concern is that we're moving into a homeless industrial complex situation. There's a lot of money behind this, and the minute this gets in place, you will see the mission creep occur, and you won't be able to stop it. Because once the nose is under the tent, it's going to keep going. And my concern for the counselors is this: your priority zero task is public safety. And if there's any proposal before you that is going to bring about, and we know for certain it will occur, less safety for the people of Sisters, that has to be the primary focus for your decision making. Because we know, it's not up for debate, we know the quality of life, the safety of the people who live in Sisters is going to be jeopardized through this. Because they're not going to stop at cold weather shelter. That's a facade. That's not what this is about. This is about building something that will be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it will not end up well for the people, the citizens of Sisters. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking.
Nancy Abersall? Nancy? After that is Joyce Grants and Peter Woollicher?
You might have flipped another.
Someone before me.
I'm sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. I did, Jonathan. We'll go after. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Abersald, and I live at 133 West Heising here in Sisters, and I am not in favor of the proposed shelter and homeless resource center. I just wanted to summarize, as I've learned more about this, what my top 10 concerns are. The Sisters Cold Weather Shelter is a misnomer. What's being proposed is a full-service, full-time resource center that will have daily unforeseen impacts on our community. I lived in Santa Cruz, California, and it's blighted with homelessness, theft, violence, including murder, public intoxication and drug dealing, intimidation, litter, graffiti, sleeping in neighborhoods, rifling through trash, public urination and defecation, panhandling, and terrifying mental health outbursts were part of my almost daily life. Other than murder, everything else was something that I encountered on a daily basis. And if they build it, they will come is real. I watched it happen. I grew up there and saw this before my very eyes. The more that is offered, the more Sisters will become a homeless magnet, and we will see an increase in homelessness, not a decrease. SCWS has not supplied a strategic plan, multi-year budget, ongoing funding plan, or adequate qualifications to safely and effectively run such a large operation. Sisters doesn't have services for the crisis needs of homeless people. We don't have emergency medical, mental health, drug OD services to respond to the crisis needs the shelter is going to invite to our town. SCWS has not adequately engaged the community to provide input into the shelter's impact on the people and businesses of Sisters, and I encourage them to establish a citizens advisory committee to provide input on how they can both serve their mission and be a good neighbor to the community. As a former nonprofit executive, I know how the pressures of nonprofits face when we're out seeking funding. In order for them to get future funds, they are going to need to expand. There's no way around it. They're going to need to offer more programs, serve more people, and making it a full-time shelter is absolutely inevitable. The pressures are unavoidable, and we're seeing it now. To get these state funds, the shelter is proposing ramping up their nightly capacity by 350%. Bam. If the decision is made by the city to approve this plan, it's going to be impossible to revoke. We heard about someone else saying this. There's no provision for taking it back. Once it's done, it's done. Shelters increase crime in surrounding areas. There's a very good study that UPenn did in Vancouver that showed a 56% increase in crimes within 100 meters of that shelter, with thefts and vandalism driving the increase. And the minute that it opens its doors on Barclay, that part of town's going to be marked as the bad part of town.
Can you please wrap it up?
I will. So
Thank you.
please consider a more strategically planned, community-involved process to assess all of our options. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Jonathan Leahy, Concerned Citizen, 16011 Old Juniper. I feel kind of like an ugly baby speaking in the affirmative. After I say what I'm going to say, I'm going to have to tie a pork chop around my neck to get the dog to play with me. But what I want to say is the fastest way to fast track this dystopian vision of a Johannesburg shantytown is to do nothing. You know, in the face of an angry lumpen proletariat that is bringing up a lot of facts about homelessness, but not necessarily about the shelter, you're at a precipice to make a very good decision to do something in the affirmative, and doing something in the affirmative is quite difficult. It's difficult because the real problem is other social issues that are much bigger than what people are talking about here. You know, if you go to the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, Sisters prides itself on being the #2 growth city. It's population growth that is correlated with homelessness. So if we continue to grow by having our $450,000 prefab sprout houses made of tinder that's going to go up in flames anyway, you're also going to have people that are homeless. So if you do nothing, you're going to have a bigger problem with drugs, a bigger problem with people that need shelter, a bigger problem that, you know, people bring violence, et cetera, et cetera. So all you have to do is look around to see that there's just not enough support, because really, as a city government, let's be honest, you're an extension of capitalism. And as an extension of capitalism, you know how you have to vote. You have to vote with character versus supporting people who want to be comfortable in their homes. And I think all of these discussions about how we don't have a good plan and there's no support, and I didn't look at the public website to see the budget, it's really just this shrouded compassionism, which really is hiding a much more sinister ideal, which is we just don't want these people in our town. The unfortunate thing is this tsunami, this zombie horde is coming at you whether you like it or not. So what are you going to do now to get ahead of the game in the affirmative? And I think the point that was made, that if you choose any location, you're going to have the same argument. This argument's going to exist in 10 years when you decide to put this somewhere else. So if you do this now and don't work at fiddling at the margins, and it is fiddling at the margins, to figure out the issues of who's going to have fire watch and whether or not we're worried about time zones, that could all be settled. So what will you do in the affirmative now to stave off a disaster coming in the future? And if you don't do it, you're going to have the same issues. If you don't have comprehensive policies, you're going to have the same issues that Portland has, that South Africa has, that the world has. So is Sisters different? Can Sisters do something else? If you don't vote for this, I want to know what you're going to do and what these citizens are going to do in the affirmative, which means here's the counter plan. Here's the counter proposal. I doubt we'll see it anytime soon. Thanks.
Joyce Grants. Once. Peter Holliker.
Thank you, everyone. My name's Peter Hollaher, 14892 Buckboard, past military resident of about 3 years now. I'm against this project for 3 key reasons. The first is kind of an analogy. Everyone that has been proposing this is giving it kind of a cut and dry view of the world. It's not a noun. This is not a noun. This project would be a verb, an ongoing verb, an organism, if you will. We got to be real, folks. We got to be real, and we got to make hard decisions. You hear it tonight. So it's a verb, it's not a noun. Second thing is, and I heard it early on, someone had said that homelessness will decrease with shelters. Just look at Bend. I mean, I've only been here 3 years. I've seen Durham every single year. It's worse. It's worse. I don't think anyone in this room wants a Bend. I sure don't. And the third thing is the safety. Well, there's actually 2 points, is the safety. With this verb, there's going to be safety issues. There will be safety issues. And we're seeing it in small towns, not Bend, not Redmond, little dinky towns, mountain towns in the middle of the West all over the place with homeless issues. And typically they have started a shelter and then it just builds every year. Tourists come in. Look at all the tourists that come in here. So we have a safety issue and then a huge business impact, a major. We have people risking with gutsy sisters, entrepreneurs, lawyers, people, education, making the younger generation stronger and more resilient. This is our spirit. This is Sisters' spirit. I mean, we got to be tough. We got to be survivors. We're going to let this city just wreck? We have enormous people that are taking enormous risks when they go to bed at night, whether they can keep their business. We got to listen to the people. People have to be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Darren Bergstaller.
Hey, before you start, can I check in with how many?
We are on 29 of 33.
33, okay. Just so you know, we're going to probably take a break at some point in the next 20 minutes or so. Thank you.
I'll be short. Darren Bergstaller, 690 South Redwood. My profession is a program manager by trade, and I can tell you with all sincerity, these guys have no plan. There's no plan. And you guys all detailed the reasons for it. I'm not going to go into that. But they do have as a project. And that project is to use this state law to go around all of us and purchase a building. That is their plan, period. Louis Blanchard's own words. So this new law comes into play to cite a shelter limiting community engagement or planning use laws and the award of a grant. And so now our opportunity to get this building and office space can happen. I know this isn't fair, but neither was the inability to even rent space. In a letter to a citizen that's on our, on your guys' public record. They've given us all kinds of assurances that if they change things, they're going to come to you and ask and all that. There's nothing in this law that says they have to do that. Given their record, why would we believe anything they say at this point? Seriously. Another thing I don't understand is why you guys have decided to take the burden of proof on this. I mean, this law is so squishy and everybody's near, there's disagreement, reasonable doubt is established. I mean, any court of law would say that. Well, I say, let it go to the court of law. That's where it belongs. We didn't ask for this law. This law was crammed down us. They chose to use it. You guys are putting yourselves and the city at risk just by even, to me, they don't meet it. You vote no, and then put the burden of proof on them and say, all right, go prove us wrong. I mean, that's the least liability if you ask me. That's it. I just want to keep it short because I know everybody's tired. Thank you.
Linda Casanova, then Lois Capping, and then Karen Whistler.
Who was the first one?
Linda Casanova, who might be gone. And Lois Capping.
Hello, Lois Capping, 17021 Lady Caroline. Mayor and council, so nice to be with you here tonight. I bet you guys over the long weekend were so excited for this meeting. You're just looking forward to it. Well, I've been in Sisters a long time also, and my church got to be a part of the first night the cold weather shelter opened on January 1st of 2017, and I got to be there that night. And I just want to share from personal experience what I learned. I'm not familiar with homelessness. I haven't worked in that arena professionally or personally, but what I discovered is that when a group of concerned community members come together with compassion in their hearts and they share a meal with other people from the community that may not have a house, they find out they have a lot in common and a great sense of being known is found. I got to know many of our homeless guests on a first name basis, and I did not feel unsafe around any of them. I got to know their story and found out I had things in common with them, and I wasn't expecting that, and that was a good surprise to be known and to have your name be known. What I'm discovering tonight is that this is a very small town, and I don't envy what you guys do at all or the decision you have to make, because either way, about a bunch of people are going to be mad at you. And what I'm really also is because I've lived here 20 years, I would consider people in this room friends that are on both sides of the argument. And so I'm pretty excited about church on Sunday because some of our church members are in opposition to this, and I would not be in opposition to this. So I can't wait for Sunday, should be fun. I would just ask you to consider the heart behind this. I think the details can be worked out. I don't think there's anything nefarious that the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter Board is doing. I think they have good motives. I think there's a lot of misinformation and half-truths being spoken. And so I would ask you to just look at their plans. They do have them. And then also the final thing, and this is where what I learned as a volunteer, I would just encourage, if you have questions or concerns, whether you're a council member or a business owner or a neighbor, to join what the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter is doing as a volunteer and just see what you think about what they're doing, and if they're honest, good people, or if they're not. And I think you'll come to a good decision. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking.
Karen Whistler?
Hi, I'm going to try to take my mask off and do this. This is a little bit risky for me to breathe your shared air. I'm chemically sensitive. I live at 16035 Fox Ridge Circle. I've lived in Sisters for about 5 years. I also rent right across the street from this proposed development. I'm there frequently in the evenings and in the mornings. I have definite concerns about safety. I came from Portland, where I lived for 30 years and raised my kids, and I watched as I worked downtown, and my entire area that I had to walk to get to work was overtaken with homelessness. And then I saw the same thing happen to my neighborhood in Laurelhurst, where my beautiful park was turned into a permanent homeless camp. I've had a lot of concerns about this, but I think because I wrote little iPhone notes, and I just want to bring up some of the things that occurred to me listening tonight. My concerns relate to the size of this facility. Do we need $1 million building to support the need that we have, which was 4 to 8 beds was reported? The public safety, the mission creep, how the vision has changed between the first meeting and the second meeting, how much thinking and planning has really gone into this, and in no particular order, this is what I've heard. It's a low barrier facility, which means there's a higher possibility of drug addicts, child molesters, etc. No ID required, no criminal background check, no sobriety required. I worry about the safety of the people that are going to be seeking emergency shelter there. I worry about the people coming in for this use of this facility. Listening now twice to the applicant, I was not, and I'm still unconvinced at the level of sort of surface level thinking about what might happen and how to plan for it. There's no business plan, there's no strategic plan, there's no emergency plan. I am just amazed that they've gotten this far with the lack of that kind of planning. Your own staff stated that there's no land use zoning required, so there's no question of that. That means that you don't necessarily have any authority to implement any conditions that you might actually want to add onto approving of this condition and this use. I'm concerned that you would not be able to enforce them. I'm concerned that if their use changes over time, you would not be able to change your approval of their use of that building that they own for $1 million. I'm concerned about mission creep and what that would mean on the use of the building. The stated hours are supposed to be 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., but if they're using laundry facilities and they're getting other sorts of services, when are they doing that? Are they doing that when they're eating and sleeping, or are they coming back for that? What is really the use going to be? It seems pretty full-time to me. I don't think that we've sufficiently addressed the idea of an unreasonable risk to public safety given the location of the neighborhoods and the elder care facilities and rental facilities like mine, where I'm in and out all the time, and businesses that I do make use of, etc. I'm concerned that, they talk about the bathrooms being of use to people who don't have a house, but there's no ADU bathroom. I'm concerned about the state of that building and whether it can actually provide safely for human occupancy. I'm definitely concerned about how a change in the use, we heard today that even though the stated hours are 6, okay, one more thing. Even though they're 6 to 7 a.m., she said that they would just change the hours in the winter if it seemed like that was the right thing to do. So I really support not approving this plan. Thank you.
Mandy Moore. We have two more, so Mandy Moore.
Hi there, my name's Mandy Moore. I'm from 442 North Village Meadows Road in Sisters, Oregon. First off, I would like to point out that the Lou Blanchard is saying that the man that stabbed himself out in front of my house was not at his warming shelter, or at their warming shelter, which he was. I was there, I witnessed it, I videotaped it. So I was there, he came. Anyways, so I found a lot of lies coming out of his mouth. That being said, my biggest concern about the building is the septic permitting. If the city has approved them to be on the city septic, have you approved them to be on the city septic? And if so, why is it not recorded on the county? As far as I know, according to Dial, the facility is currently approved for no more than 3 employees and 150 gallons per day. Ask first if has been connected to the city septic. Has it been connected to the city septic? And if so, why isn't it recorded? Why isn't it reflecting that? Myself, I am also a volunteer for a lot of the little leagues and things like that. And during one of the cleanups at one of the little leagues that we were doing a cleanup for, we found backpacks underneath the bleachers that the homeless people from their West Side Church people have put underneath in there to stash because they weren't allowed to have them in the warming shelter. Well, our kids that were cleaning these little league fields found these backpacks with drugs in them, and we gave them to the sheriff. These people came back to get them and went irate and hostile on us as volunteers because their backpacks were gone, and we told them to go to the sheriff. Of course, they didn't want to go back to the sheriff to get them because they were full of drugs. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous, and I completely oppose this warming shelter.
Tim Kafka. Tim? I can't say your last name. How do you spell
Nobody's
that?
actually ever pronounced that correctly the first time, so I totally understand.
Let's hear it.
My name is Tim Ney. I am a resident in the Plainview Estates area. I have 2 small children that go to Sisters Elementary. As a background, I've been a police officer for 22 years, both in the state of California as well as in the city of Bend. Public disclaimer, this is not the City of Bend Police Department by any means voicing anything through me. It's my own concerns with that experience and background. Since coming to the City of Bend in 2006, there's been a number of services offered in the city to people experiencing houselessness. I've seen the numbers grow dramatically with the increase in services available. Our patrol officers on a regular basis are being dispatched to calls for service in or about the areas of shelters and the surrounding businesses. Specifically, just one shelter in mind, the Lighthouse, which is by Pro Rental, just to the shelter itself, not even to the businesses in the proximity, received 200 calls for service from the City of Bend Police.
During what period of time?
From August of 2022 to August of 2023. So I'm not here to say that you should or should not approve this shelter. I come with a heart of service. Okay, that's why I got into the profession I did. I believe that there's a good heart behind the idea for this shelter. However, I don't think the City of Sisters has the resources available to accommodate it. I believe that every one of the city council members should go on a ride-along with City of Bend Police Department If you need help facilitating that, my number's on the form. You can give me a call. I will help to arrange that for you. Go on a ride with a patrol officer for the day. Ask them questions about the services that they're providing in the areas of these shelters. Ask them to go talk to people at the shelters. Ask them to talk to city businesses that are in close proximity that are dealing with the problems like pro rental, to make an informed decision. That's all I'm asking. Another service or data analytic that's available to you is on the City of Bend website. There's a crime analysis tool. It's a mapping program that shows calls for service through different periods of time. You can set your parameters as you need. Look at the areas around the shelters, not just the shelters themselves, but look at the businesses and the streets that are in the surrounding areas. And I think you'll be enlightened to the number and frequency of calls that are being dealt with. In coming here tonight, I spoke with another gentleman who works for our department. He also lives in the city of Sisters. And I haven't been on patrol for a long time, so I'm not in consistent contact with folks responding to the calls for service. I hear them over the radio. But he told me specifically, he emailed you guys. And the number one thing that he has of concern is a majority of the people he's dealing with, when they do have calls for service, he asks them, where are you from? Most of them are not from the city of Bend. They've come there because of resources. That's all. Thank you.
Folks, this is not a football game. Keep it down. There's a door, you can use it.
That's all in the room, correct?
Yes.
All right, so does anybody want to take a break now, or and then we'll go to Zoom, and then we'll go to applicant. Okay, so we're going to take a break till 9 o'clock on the nose. Council ready?
Test one? Yep.
All right. It's not quite 9, but we're already up here, so let's get back to it. I understand there's one more speaker on the floor.
Correct, Peggy Snow,
Peggy, come on up.
again? Oh, what was your name again? Sorry. Linda, come on up.
Come on up, Linda.
Sorry, we grabbed the wrong person.
You could be Peggy Snow if you need to be.
We want to give you the opportunity to speak since you signed up, so please come on up. 3 minutes, and he's my timer over here. If you see the orange, that means you're at 3 minutes.
Linda Casanova, 145 South Timberpine Place. I listened to everybody, and both sides has legitimate concerns. And this is a really tough thing for the community. But I had an idea, and I just thought I'd throw it out there. I had everything written down, and as I listened to everybody, my perspectives, they change, but still heading in the same direction. A huge facility that could draw more people in, I get that. And what are we really concerned about? The cold? Well, the pioneers came through here and blazed the Oregon Trail in the cold. And the Native Americans lived here and lived in the cold. So shouldn't we just make it simple? And maybe when the cold does come, have tents with little wood stoves in them and break them down? I mean, if that's what we're really talking about is the cold, makes sense to me. That way we don't have more people coming into town wanting to take advantage, possibly. Anyway, those are just the thoughts I had. Think simple, and it would be a whole lot less expensive and less upkeep. I happen to have gotten to know some of those people out there because the Nugget newspaper said, remember when they did the article on them? And get to know your neighbors out there? Well, I did. And some of them have some incredibly tragic stories where they're out there. And my heart goes out to them. And my heart goes out to the people who are having, $7,000 insurance bills too. And, but as a community, we're supposed to get together and figure these things out. And to me, it just seems like, well, why don't we just get to the issue? If it's cold, put up some tents with some stoves and warm them up for when it's cold, then take them down. Because really, that's where they want to be, is out there. That's what they've told me. Some of them are out there just wanting to get money together and get apartments, and they have, and I rejoice with them when they do. So anyway, that's just what was on my heart. And I won't take up 3 minutes. I'll just say what I needed to say and go on home and get my guys fed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking from the heart is awesome, so I just got to say that. Next up, we are going to invite members of Zoom to raise their hand.
Yeah, if members of Zoom that would like to make public comment, please raise your hand, and Emmy Shoup, one of our staff members, will unmute you and call on you. And please introduce yourself and state your address when you come on. And your name will come up on the screen in council chambers.
Picking out the people that I see with raised hands. Just for some clarity, you can find the raised hand icon at the bottom bar of the Zoom app that you're using. Hopefully you can see it looks like a little hand. So the first name that I see is Steve Verhees. I'm gonna elevate you and ask to unmute you. Steve, you should be good to go.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out something to the council that you haven't heard before. If you go on ProPublica, it's a nonprofit organization that posts nonprofit financial information. You can find the Form 990 from the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter, and you can look at their financials. You can see that the total assets on hand are only $59,000. So there's a real concern about the ability of this nonprofit to continue after their $1.4 million grant is exhausted. Their total contributions over the last 2 years on average are only about $50,000 to $60,000 per year. So there's a real ongoing concern about the planning process of what the future might hold for this organization. Secondly, I would say that, as other people have pointed out, the statute does not define what an unreasonable risk of harm is to the community. The city's clearly done due diligence and heard from concerned citizens that the approval of the application would in fact pose an unreasonable risk of harm to the community. And as another citizen just pointed out, shift the burden on the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter. Let them file a lawsuit against the city and let the court interpret what unreasonable risk of harm to the community means. Because the public record already shows that the city has not been flippant about this decision. And I don't believe the city's denial of this application would be overturned by any court, just based on what the citizens have said about their concerns of this being and posing an unreasonable risk of harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, the next name I see is Curtis Cook. I'm gonna ask to unmute you.
Hello.
Hello, Curtis, please go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Curtis Cook. I live off of Brooks Camp Road here in Sisters. Been a resident for about 3 years now, and really concerned to see the direction of where we're going with this situation. I do disagree with our decision to bring a warming shelter, not because I do not care about the homeless. I do enjoy talking to them. They have some great stories, good people. The concern I have for our community is the safety and the integrity that we have to maintain within our community. We don't have the resources, as many have explained through this conversation, and I would like to be able to emphasize that even more, that I agree with those individuals. I also run a company and a business myself in the community, and we do service many people, and many people have been very concerned and have voiced their concerns. We get to see people every day and make an impact in our community. And ultimately speaking, I don't feel like this is going to be the right direction. I'd like to see mental health issues be more assessed, taken care of by the government, but we know that it's also its own challenge, especially being Oregon, being one of the largest and most independent states that have issues with mental health issues. I'd like to emphasize that we need to definitely fix this problem, but I also don't think this is the right answer, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
All right. I'm going to move on to the next person. The next hand I see is Gina Monfils. Apologies if I mispronounce your name.
Go ahead.
Doesn't have a microphone.
Gina, we can't hear you if you're talking.
It might come up as Gina, but my name is Sarah
Oh.
Gregory Groner. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yep.
We can. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry. I'm a resident of 16037 Cattle Drive Road. We have been a homeowner in the area for 22 years, and I highly reject this shelter for sisters. I think it's a very irresponsible thing to bring into our community. Just last weekend, I had an incident where I was needing support from a police officer. I won't get into the details. Called 911, said, "We're sending an officer right away. Thank you for your call." Waited 40 minutes with no avail. No one showed up. No one called me back. Called non-emergency again. They said that all their officers were tied up on a call and that they were not able to dispatch anyone. They asked for OSP to assist with no avail. I waited 50 minutes to have police support with no one to show up. If a concerned citizen is making a call to the police and no one shows up, that is not a good start for what you want to propose for the city. There is not the resources. There's just not the resources to move forward with this. And I hope that you guys really look into this and not just take the words. I hope you look into the facts like people have stated, and make your opinion off of that, and not someone that possibly can be making money out of something that shouldn't be making money out of. So hopefully you guys make the decision that's best for the City of Sisters and its residents. And we'll see what comes from that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. The next name I see is Amy Bergstaller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, thank you. I'm coming at this from kind of a weird situation in my own mind, because I started off being generally supportive of the cold weather shelter. And you can understand how, since you've heard testimony from my husband tonight at home, that has led to some unusual conversations at home where we've had large disagreements about this. But you know, I think I attended the last meeting via Zoom, and I've now attended this one, obviously. And I think I was expecting, every time I hear things, I get less and less certain of my previous support for the cold weather shelter. You know, I was expecting the cold weather shelter advocates to have a few more details and a few more business, that like everybody's talked about tonight, the business plan, and all the how they're going to pay for things over time, how, you know, what's their long-term financial outlook, that kind of thing. And then details and more assurances about how they are clearly never, ever going to convert this into a full-time shelter. But now, I mean, I'm hearing tonight, and I guess it seems pretty critical to me to understand. One of the persons giving testimony, I think Paul Bassart, he mentioned that, you know, technically under the law, the state law, they don't really, if they're only a cold weather shelter, literally a cold weather shelter open just minimal days a year, do they still qualify for the $1.4 million? It sounds like there might be some question about that. I'm not sure about that. But really what, you know, I'm starting to think about more and more is, I've sat on city council before, and when I think about the importance and how just critical local control is, I'm starting to feel like once, this ship launches, it might not be able to be brought back to port. And I'm really concerned about control and this application coming through the state process. I'm so worried about the city of Sisters giving up so much control. And I do feel like once this thing gets rolling, it'll be very hard to rein it in. And I'm not sure what kind of safeguards you can put on it. And boy, that would be great if you could, but I'm still not sure those would hold up. I'm not, but I do think, obviously I'm very sympathetic to the idea. I want to take care of our houseless people. And I don't want anybody out in the cold. And I'm sure that everybody feels that way. Or anybody that I've heard tonight, I think we're all sympathetic to that. So I'm just, I think maybe this isn't the project, but Kellen Klein and other people have talked about tonight, several other people have said they want to be a part of a solution. And I would love to be part of a solution. I want there to be a solution, and I think we could get a solution in before this cold season.
Amy,
And
out of time.
Okay, I feel like, maybe we reject this proposal with the promise that within the month, we're going to start moving towards something so we can help people this year. But I'm just really concerned about a city, the small size of Sisters.
You're way on time.
All wasn't made for us. And
Amy, you are now out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We appreciate your comments. Emmy?
The next name I see is Gloek. Sorry if I mispronounced that. All right, you have been invited to be unmuted if you'd like to speak. The name Gloek is the name I see with a hand raised. Would you like to speak? Okay, without any response. Oh, I hear you now.
There I go. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Chelsea Hoyt Glockner. I was born and raised in Sisters since 1971. My father was Charles Richard Hoyt, who established Hoyt's Hardware Building Supply. Meanwhile, I've grown up here my entire life. I am Sisters. I love my town. I'm super concerned about all this nonsense happening. However, I'm kind of a lover and a true at heart person that wants to support everyone. So I'm kind of like, I will give you vegetables and this and that and that. I would support everyone because I'm a lover. However, this new crowd that seems to be coming in, they're like a whole different caliber, and I'm scared of them. I have a business that I run, and I notice the difference when they come in. They're like I'm scared of. They're kind of fearful. There's a whole different caliber of people. I love them all, and I'm always like, here, have some whatever. I'm just concerned about my children now because they're seeing like new weird things happening. And I'm worried about them. My family built this town, and it's kind of sad because we go way back in this town. My grandfather, my parents, and it's super sad to see it all going to like a fearful level that's unappreciative, and it's sad. It's really sad. My family, my parents, we all They worked really hard to put the tourism on the map of our town, basically. And now it's gone to hell. It's going to hell. If you don't appreciate the town of Sisters and the tourism that's brought to you, then I guess there was no point in it.
Thank you. Emmy, how many do we have?
I think that was the last hand raised.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw another one pop up. Okay. The next name I see is Fred B. I'm going to ask to unmute you.
Yeah, this is Frederick B, Mackenzie Village. I just wanted to say, Lou, you are putting up with so much, and I'm sorry that our small town has been so hostile to your proposal. I think something that's so easy to forget is how close like any of us are to becoming unhoused and how terrible cold snaps are. Yes, I understand, and I do understand the fear because there's a lot of like mental health issues that our society has failed to address. And it's just like our society has kind of failed these people in a lot of ways. And Sisters is a wonderful place, and I want to think that most people are good and have compassion in their heart, and I know that I think a lot of these people are coming from a concerned perspective, which I respect, but I feel like a society is judged by how it treats those that are worse off. And if even the smallest thing like this cold weather shelter or like a hot meal and all the projects that our churches have and other nonprofits in the area have done, that smallest thing is noteworthy and commendable. And Lou, thank you for this. And I truly hope that the city council rules in your favor because it's hard being unhoused. You just understand that a lot of the people I care about have been without home, have had to like live in their cars. But they're wonderful people, and it's just, I feel like I wish we could do better for you, Lou, and I appreciate you putting up with all of this, and I wish you best of luck and good fortune in whatever you plan to do next, because we really need to help out a lot of people, and that should be our highest calling. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last hand.
Okay. That's the end of public testimony. The next item on the agenda is an applicant rebuttal. You have an opportunity to speak again if you want to address anything that was said. Do you have anything you want to add in response to that testimony?
I've got a couple items.
You can, no, that's fine.
I'd like to ask if
We'll need you up at the microphone. I'm sorry. It's just, it's mostly for the recording and the people on Zoom because we could probably hear you, but everybody else can't.
Okay, I'm the treasurer and the secretary at Sisters Cold Weather Shelter, and I have heard throughout the evening that we don't have any plans and we don't know about the money and we don't know all of these things. And I think those are unfair comments. And I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think we included the budget and our plans and all of these things with your application, so you don't know about them. But we do have knowledge of this stuff, and it has not been included in your application, and I apologize for that. But there is more to us than just that application. I guess that's all I want to say.
Okay. Just say your name so we know.
Jim Pritchard.
Okay.
I don't think that people realize that the houseless people and Sisters are not the same houseless people that are in Bend. the chances of being on drugs and being in sisters are way less. I know because I've been out there for all these years, meeting as many people as I can and working with them. And I'm sure there's some people that are on drugs out there, but I haven't met them.
And I guess in closing for the night, thank you for giving the public an opportunity. I understand that was necessary in the way the process stretched out. Obviously, I don't believe the intent was for us to do that. We've been up front, we've been trying to participate with you folks as a partner in this. And I think the couple years that we've been meeting with you on a monthly basis, trying to come to some solution. We know that there's houses out there, and I do hear the fears. I wish the process wasn't so long. I believe that's drawn out the fear mongering and the misleading information, which has only exacerbated this. You could tell that by just the emotions in the room tonight. So a couple quick things. First of all, no solution. You're going to have only more problems. We're still going to be here. We're still going to try to take care of everyone we can in the shelter, but I do believe it's a missed opportunity. We were significantly vetted by the MAC and COIC. They saw what we do. They wanted to be able to provide some solution to sisters. I think that's a pat on the back for the organization. I'm just a figurehead right now, but I know so many people came before me for that. You cannot compare the worst case scenarios of large metropolitan areas to what might happen in this town, especially being a temporary shelter. I want to clarify again, the full-time shelter prospects that people think we're going to be. I don't know how anybody's going to do that with 2 full-time staff. That isn't going to happen. Our volunteers want to come in and provide some food and want to be able to sit down with the individuals, and then we're going to be hiring night staff on those funds that we basically get through grants. We've been in collaboration with you folks trying to formulate terms and conditions, and I want to do that even further with you folks in partnering. Yes, I hear, especially Councilor Ross, the lack of a business plan. Forgive us on that. Sometimes in this business, you have to put the cart before the horse. We've had funding before. We couldn't find a building. It just happened to be so timely in the fact that we applied for the grant. We have a wonderful building owner that wants to be able to have us use that facility, and that facility is near perfect for us in the state it is in. Very little has to be done before we start doing sheltering. Will there be improvements? Certainly, especially if we can get some further grant funding that will really make that a more professional building for our operations. Last, I just want to say that any growth in the houses population is going to be due to full service shelters. That's full service shelters. That's not here. And I guess I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for your time and your patience.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next up. Questions of clarification. Does any member of the city council have any further questions of staff? Okay.
Just.
Councilor Cobb.
Oh, were you?
Nope. Of staff. Yeah.
Staff, legal?
Yeah,
Staff?
or, yeah.
Okay. I just have a couple of hopefully affirmative answers from you. So, you'll tell me the truth, one way or the other. As far as the legal process that this group has, this cold weather shelter has followed, to your knowledge, is there any areas that still remain questionable legally?
Never ask a lawyer that
Yes.
question.
I mean, the point of this process is for the city council to evaluate the facts against the approval criteria.
Okay.
And there is certainly some approval criteria that can be interpreted one way or interpreted another way, and there's certainly some evidence that one person might favor over another. So that's the point here.
Okay, so
and
that's the fuzzy
task.
stuff.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then the other question has to do with, should we approve with contingencies? Is it your understanding that those contingencies, regardless the absence of things like we couldn't shut it down because it's not in the HB 2006 or 3395. But the absence of it not being there, it seems to me that that gives us an opening to have those contingencies. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, the bill certainly could have come out and said, and you cannot condition it in any fashion. Doesn't quite say that, but it also doesn't say anything on the opposite side either. It's silent.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Ross, go ahead.
This is kind of a far-reaching question, and this goes to Lou and the board. You know, a part of this for me is you're going to have some full-time staff. You're talking of an executive director. Oh, no.
Yeah. We kind of went past that a little bit.
Yeah. This is questions to staff.
Yeah, staff.
All right.
Did you want, I mean, does anybody mind?
I don't mind.
Is it?
In order for me to make a decision one way or the other, I think I need to know.
Go ahead.
If the person running this organization is going to have background, extensive background in dealing with the kind of clientele that we're talking about. Not necessarily nonprofit background, not necessarily CEO background, but has background in working with this particular population, because I believe for this to be successful, there has to be some leadership at the top. Not that any of you folks haven't done the job you've done, but there needs to be someone with some long-term experience that knows where the landmines are going to be and how to avoid them. That's real critical to me. Has there been any discussion about that with your group?
Yes, quite a bit actually.
And the answer is?
If we're gonna try to put that in a.
Can you jump up to the mic, please, so people can hear?
No, that's very much a concern. I mean, we don't want to have to babysit this. We would like to have an executive director that really starts helping us with really finite protocols, how to manage it on a day-to-day basis. We know that we're going to be facing some things that are going to be different than the operations we've had in the past. We also know there's going to be a lot that what we do just is going to come natural, because again, we know the contingent of individuals in the woods right now. So we'd like to add that. If you want to help us draft that position, I would be more than willing to accept that.
I think I just needed to know that was the direction you folks were thinking.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Council President Blum, you have anything? Councilor Letts has nothing. I don't have any further questions of staff or of the applicant. So if there are no further questions, we must decide whether to close the public hearing and move to deliberations. And it says that we're to ask you what our options are.
Sure.
So you're writing the script. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the options were put up on the board earlier this evening in Scott's presentation. Basically, they are in no particular order, as that you guys could call it an evening, schedule another date, and invite more public testimony at that date. You could call it an evening, but say that you want to leave the written record open for any more additional comments and come back at a date certain to conclude deliberations and make a decision. The third option is, of course, that you could close it to all testimony and schedule a future date for just deliberations. Or the fourth is that you could close the record for both written and oral testimony this evening, and if you have the energy, move on into deliberations.
Well, what do y'all think?
I'm for item 4.
I'm here. I can make a decision. Council President Blum.
Trying to decide whether I can make my best decision in the condition that I'm currently in, which is very tired. Yeah. I would suggest we make an initial sense of where each of us feels they are feeling comfortable in making a decision. And if we're all leaning in the same direction, I think we should move forward. If it looks like we're extremely split, maybe we need to go back and give some more thought to it and come back with a final deliberation.
Well, before we do that, we do have to make a decision on the record itself.
Correct. The threshold question is there anything more that, or I guess I wouldn't say anything more, but do you want to provide additional opportunity for either oral or written comments?
I feel we've had a significant amount of opportunity for comment, so I don't see any need to hold the record open. Agree.
My inbox would thank you very much if we did not leave the record open.
That's fine. I mean, I could go another like 24 hours with the record open, but if I said
Affordable to you.
the majority disagrees, and that's okay.
I'm for closing the record and starting deliberations whether we finish them tonight or not. So that's both oral and written. I mean, we've had ample opportunity to hear from a lot of different sides. I'm not sure a whole lot more conversation would bring anything more to light than we don't have already. That's just my opinion, but
Me too.
so do we need a motion or something to close the testimony, or how's that work?
It's not bad practice to, do a motion and say, let's close the public hearing.
It's either item 3 or the 4th one that wasn't written.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
So suggested motion, if it's a denial.
No.
No.
We're not there yet. Oh, we're not.
We're in number 12 still.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the record for both written and oral testimony at this time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The public portion of this hearing is now closed. So now we can talk about deliberations.
If we want to deliberate.
If you want to.
We can deliberating.
Do you want to get a feel?
I think we should get a feel.
Do you want me to go first? I'm the mayor. Should I go first?
Go first, Mayor.
If you want.
Go for it, Mayor.
I could talk about this for about a half an hour, but I won't. Okay?
Yeah.
I will keep it brief. I have no doubt in my mind that the cold weather shelter has a good heart. I have no doubt in my mind that most of them on the board are trying to do the right thing. I feel that if a shelter cannot assure a minimum amount of safety with their idea, then they're not providing a reasonable amount of safety. I think that some of this was pushed onto cities by the state and the governor's office with their insistence that all homeless should be located in and shelters should be in urban growth boundaries. I think that was an unfair thing to do to cities because not all cities are the same. We're not Bend, we're not Redmond. I'm not saying that Bend or Redmond are worse than us. They're just different. So if the shelter is denied, which is what I feel I want to vote for, the safety of this area is not going to change due to that denial. But if we approve this, even with conditions, I feel that the safety could get worse, not by our homeless that are here already. It's other homeless that come to find the showers or the mental health services that we currently don't have. And so that's how I feel about it. I think the safety of our public, somebody said it in our speakers, that is our number one concern up here. And if I have a question of it, I'm willing to say no to what's before me, and I'm willing to work with the cold weather shelter and the public and find that middle ground, which is so elusive. I think that there is a sister's way. One of our speakers says, well, what's your plan? Well, here's my plan. I think I want to deny this application, go back to the drawing board. I'm sorry about the 1.4 million. I know that is a bit special in many, many ways. But at the same time, I'm not convinced that this particular application works the way it sounds like it should work. And so I'm willing to go back to the drawing board and work with the cold weather shelter, work with the churches, and work with the business leaders in the area and find something that fits better. I don't know what that is. I can't tell you I have a concrete idea on that. But I think that I talk about, as the mayor, I talk about this all the time. There is a sister's way to do things. And unfortunately, I don't think this was it. It's just how I feel about it. I am going to, if I get a vote, I will vote for a denial of this application. And I commit to finding a way that fits a little better. I'm not giving up on the homeless. We're still working with them. CLI is doing a bang up job. Other organizations are doing good. I know that we're gonna feed them. We're gonna do the best we can. That's it. That's all I got to say about it. Next.
I'll go next. My position is that aligns with the gentleman that spoke. I don't know his name. That this is an opportunity and it's a difficult decision. But it's an opportunity to help those that can't necessarily help themselves. I do not see where we would be inviting people from other towns, since we're surrounded by other towns that have much more services than we are going to have. So I don't see a threat of growth. I think with contingencies in a vote for this, with contingencies that we could not manage it, micromanage it, but just manage to have the ability to say, okay, this is not working. And we could work with COIC or whoever and say we need to shut this down or do something if it became really horrible. So I don't see it's a door that once it's open, it can't be closed. And I do see it as something that we need to do to reach a handout to people that are having trouble. So mine would be a vote to approve.
With conditions.
With conditions.
Okay.
To look at another angle, I was considering what our legal authority in this process was. And very, very upset and concerned that the ability of our community to make our own decision about what happens in our community has been taken away from us. I understand the reasoning behind the legislation because we have a houseless emergency in this state. It looks different everywhere you go, and every community is handling it different. And it would have been, to me, so much more beneficial had we had the opportunity to work with the community on this kind of a proposal. We do not have that opportunity. So if our legal authority is to look at the criteria in the application and determine whether that criteria is realized by this application, I would have to consider if we said no and the application went for appeal to the courts would look at, because we would be basing it on some of the, at least I would be basing it on some of the ambiguities in the language. I think the courts would then look at
the ambiguity and say, what was the political intent? What was the legislative intent for this language? And the political intent was to get shelters in communities and get them there now. That is what the political intent of that legislation was. So I think that would give the courts the permission to say, you are reviewing the criteria incorrectly and would overturn us. I've been in politics enough to have seen that happen before. And so I think that that's a likely outcome. So looking at, if we looked at the application in its most positive vein and the ambiguous language in its most positive vein, which I'm a want to do, and it was then taken to the court, I think that it would be upheld. So I am inclined to agree that I would approve the application with conditions. And I was very heartened to hear tonight that that is the wish of the applicant as well, to work with the city to come up with criteria, not criteria, but conditions that would make the city and the cold weather shelter partners in determining when, where, and how, and all of the areas that are now not precise, to make those areas precise so that people would know for sure what the intent was. And I believe that if such an agreement were signed, it would have legal authority. I don't think because it's not specifically spelled out that you can have conditions, doesn't mean that you can't. And if all the parties to the agreement signed the agreement, I think it would hold weight. And I think the intention is that it would. So that's the way I'm leaning. I would love to hear other viewpoints that might bring light to my consideration.
It's up to you guys. You haven't
Right.
spoken yet.
Well, yeah, you could go last. Tiebreaker, I don't know. So, yeah, my feeling here is relatively similar to the mayor's. I feel that these House bills were intended for larger communities with more resources, not a community like ours. We don't have, this process has been frustrating for me because I've been chomping at the bit for months on, waiting to get a city manager in place so we could start really grappling with some really hard issues we've kind of had to table over the last year, like affordable housing, root causes, of homelessness, our deteriorating medical services in our community. And this process, no fault of the applicant, I kind of blame the state on this, has kind of, shanghaied our processes for the last 4 to 6 weeks. So I have some frustration with the state. Again, I understand where this legislation came from, but I do not appreciate how the state is talking out of two sides of their mouth. One side is we have a housing crisis, we have a homelessness crisis, and the other side is, so let's give money to a lot of nonprofits to fix it. That's not how you fix a crisis. Nonprofits are wonderful. They hold our communities together and our country together. But when you have a crisis, you call professionals. You know, we hire very skilled professionals to put out fires in our homes and to respond to law enforcement situations, et cetera, et cetera. So I have a lot of frustration with the state that I think they need to be really stepping up and providing way more resources to tackle these issues, whether it's, you know, the root cause issues, you know, housing affordability and mental health services and addiction services, things that a city of 3,500 people cannot begin to handle. We can work on affordable housing, and we have been doing that, and we are continuing to doing that when we get a chance to work on it. That's the one thing a city can do. We're zoning, we're codes, we're things like that. So that is where we have dug in our heels over the last few years that I've been on council to work on those issues, and I'm proud of that work, and I really want to continue it because that it will also prevent people from becoming homeless, because we have so many people in our community that are a couple paychecks away from being homeless, and we don't want that to happen. One thing I will say from reading all the letters, I don't do social media, so I just read the letters that were submitted officially and conversations with folks, is that except for some outliers, the silver lining is that while the majority of comments were against, there was this thread in there that was genuine, where people were like, I care about this issue and we should be doing something about it. I just don't feel like this is the answer. And that is what I'm grasping onto, is that I think the majority of the people in the community believe that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. They were just not jiving with what they were seeing and being presented with. And you know, a lot of these letters, you know, a lot of the communication, people were raising their hand and saying, I'd be happy to help. I'd be happy to lean in on this issue. And I don't think the community felt like they had an opportunity to do that. I feel Sisters Cold Weather Shelter was a little bit, you know, stovepiped in this process, and I understand why. You know, it's a touchy subject, and sometimes it's best to just kind of work in your corner on these things. But you know, there was a missed opportunity there to get a lot of smart, hardworking, and compassionate people together to kind of come up with some creative solutions, you know, that would fit our community, which is small and lacks services, a lot of services that we as citizens need as well. So that's my soapbox, and I would vote no.
Poor Gary.
That's what you get for going last.
That's all right. I figured this would happen.
That's what you get for not being.
Besides being between a rock and a hard place,
Yes.
I'm kind of between the mayor and Councilor Cobb in terms of my opinions on this. I'm not going to beat the horse I've been beating, which is I really need to see how this is going to run, and I'm concerned about the size of the building, the ability to manage the building, the ability to operate the building, and what kind of a public liability that becomes should this not be successful in terms of fundraising. I also have some concerns about the street of Barkley itself. When I first heard in July, prior to leaving back for my mother's funeral, that you were looking at the Barkley building, I thought, that's not a bad place. Then the more I read about it and thought about it and looked at the maps and the overlays, I'm not talking about the all caps shouting letters that we got in the mail. I'm talking about looking at it on the maps and those sorts of things. I began to realize that there is a safety issue having people that may be walking on Barkley at night, especially in the winter. And I know we're going to fix it, but we're not going to fix it fast enough to fix this. And as soon as this roundabout gets built out here, which the construction will start this fall or early spring, once that's done, Barkley will become very busy. There's no question in my mind, because it's going to be the alternate route, and there are a lot of people that will choose that route. So that concerns me in the dark months. the very months that we're talking of operating. So I don't see an easy solution to this. Yes, there are some routes through the neighborhood that people could use to get there. But I'm also concerned about when somebody gets asked to leave the shelter because of behavior or for other reasons, violating the code of conduct. It's the middle of the night, they're where you are, that they're gonna wander into one of the neighboring business yards and decide to camp out there for the night. That's not a fun thing to show up and find in the morning. I don't like the idea of some of the other services that are being added to this until we really know what's going to work. When it was just a cold weather shelter or a smoke shelter, we could set some very clear, defined parameters when those facilities would be used. It felt good. But when we start offering additional services during the day, and all of which are needed, I don't question the laundry, trust me, but I think there needs to be some sense of, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we can do this right and be safe today before we start opening it up other hours of the day and night. And that's when it starts to look like everybody has a little title, but the year-round shelter. I know that's not what you folks are thinking, but it will be an operation year-round in some form or another, whether it's mental health services, whether it's people coming in to do laundry, whether it's people looking for a shower. That is everyday activity, or pretty much there. So I don't know. I'm on the teeter-totter, and one time I walk and it goes that way, and then I walk goes the other way. And so if you ask me for a vote right now, I'm not ready to give it. But if I push to a vote, it would be no. Because I just don't think I have enough information from the application to make a decision that I think is best for the city. And I would rather do that and have it go to the courts and find out that we were wrong than to go the opposite way and find out that we have inadvertently created a safety issue. And I'm going to make one more comment, and that is that unlike some of you, I haven't lived here 25, 30, 40 years. I lived 30 years in Eugene, Springfield. I was on the Park and Recreation District Board of Directors for 15 years. I know about houseless situations of people living in places you don't want to have them. We didn't have that problem in Springfield because we didn't offer the services. And I'm being real honest about that. Eugene, I ran a building in Eugene down by the railroad tracks. We dealt with it daily. And our bushes smelled like sour milk because we had a food store on one side and a food store on the other side. And they had returnable milk bottles. You could go in with your WIC card, buy milk, dump it out, and go to the other one and get returned, and you get some beer. So I take the bushes out because they smell so bad. But the point I'm trying to make is that, yeah, if you have too many services, you do become attractive. That doesn't mean you can't do things to help people out when they're in the woods, when they need a place to be warm at night in the winter. And I kind of got a chuckle out of the Mormons. I've said all along that we ought to work with the Forest Service and put up some big cabin tents and with stoves in them and run a trailer around to the folks in the forest. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm really torn. I've given this a lot of thought, 10,000 miles worth of driving thought, to be real honest with you, to the point my wife won't even talk to me, at least about this. So if pushed, I'd say no. If I were to say yes, it would have to be with some pretty onerous conditions. And they would be basically cold weather only. They would be hours of operation, and they would be temperature related. And none of the other services being offered until we get a sense of how well this building is being managed and handled, what kind of problems it's causing in the community, in the area, if any. That would be mine, because I can't answer those other questions. And I'm sorry. You've made a good presentation, but as I said at the very, very beginning of the day, I still don't have a strong sense of where this is going from you folks. And I know I had this discussion when the house was coming up on Adams Street way back when, and I said, where's the business plan? How are you gonna do this? How are you gonna run it? How are you gonna pay for it? It's the same questions I have now, 2 years later.
So we are 2.5.
And two and a half. And go ahead.
The one thing that I will say, and I'll say it again, and I've written it down 3 or 4 times. To me, this is not a black and white issue. This is not, we want this and we don't want this. This is a community-wide issue. I think that if we deny this application, there is room to work on this issue together in a manner that is more becoming of sisters. You know, I moved here in 2007. I don't consider myself a long-term guy. I've been here just long enough to be dangerous. You know what I mean? There are a lot of families around here that own businesses that help build the town. I trust a lot of them because they're not scared of homeless people. They are worried about people from out of town. There's no doubt about that. But I really think that there's a middle ground to come to here, and I'd like to make a decision tonight because we're pretty close.
Well, and I'll just remind you that we are making a final decision via written decision. So we're deliberating towards a consensus.
Correct.
But we would sure love to hear what that consensus is.
I'm for option 3. That is a denial.
I have heard some of you talk about issues tonight that are not criteria in the application. If we are to approve or deny this application, it must be based on evidence of our belief in the answers in the application. I prepared some thoughts ahead of time, and one of them was, what is my legal authority? What is council's legal authority in this process? And I was asking myself, do I have the right to approve or deny this application based on whether I think it's good for the community, whether I think the people are lying or are disingenuous in what they say? Can I do it on any number of issues that have been brought up? And in most cases, no, I can't make it based upon those issues. The mayor has indicated his breaking issue, which is one of the criteria, is safety.
As it is mine.
So if you're talking about denial, make sure that we have an adequate record of the criteria that you are denying it based upon, so that the staff can compile findings that we can approve or disapprove.
Can I read something off of
Yes.
the script here? All matters discussed during city council deliberations should be considered preliminary and will be non-binding until a written decision is adopted. I think that the denial can be very pointed at the safety issue by itself, even if there's really no other issues on the application. I picked apart the application and found a few little minor things in other areas. Most of them probably could be taken care of with conditional issues of approval. But I think that my particular take on the safety issue is at the highest level of this application. And I think it sets itself apart because, as one person said, and I don't remember who it was, and I wish I could give him credit in that regard, but it's in the record. Someone said that is it's our ultimate
overriding
issue.
Yes, absolutely.
It doesn't matter what we approve in this town. it has that issue into it. And if that's the reason for denial, it gives us an opportunity to find common ground that we can all go forward with. If we approve with conditions, we have no more opportunity to do that. It's gonna go forward, even with the conditions that we think are all nice and cool. One thing I worry about, and I know other people in town worry about, is maybe not even necessarily this cold weather shelter board, but just like they have worries about what's the next city council look like, we might worry about what's the next cold weather shelter board, and does it become even further away from what a community consensus might come to. And I think that's where I'm at.
Well, as to risk, I think Scott made a pretty good point when he said, you're trying to decide if it's unreasonable risk or reasonable risk. And I personally came to the conclusion that there's not an unreasonable risk. I feel like, yeah, it gets dark on those streets, but people can use a flashlight or whatever. I just don't think that there's an unreasonable risk.
Okay.
And I, to counter that, would say that I think it's a little naive to think that if we have somebody living in the forest, that they're automatically gonna have a flashlight that they're gonna be able to shine going down Barkley when people drive by 35, 40 miles an hour on blind curves.
Well, we could temporarily put solar lights out there.
I went out and I drove Barkley today. And one of the things that the city is planning to do when it redesigns the street is take some of those curves out and improve the sightlines, because everybody knows there are sightline issues on that street.
Yeah.
And that's what concerns me. Like I said, we're talking about the wintertime. We're talking about, while I don't think that street's as slippery as the gentleman implied all the time, it is slick. But the main thing is that I worry about, God forbid, I don't want to have somebody get hit by a car and killed out there. I really don't. And nothing to do with the building, I have my concerns about that, but you're right, it's not one of the criteria. It's just a tough spot to think about having 15 or 20 or 5 or 10 people who don't have cars, because you mentioned you're only going to have 5 or 6 cars at any given time. Means a lot of people are walking, and it's close to where a lot of people are staying. I get that. And so it'd be nice if there were some other solution, but that's my concern right there. Is I worry about that road at night, and I don't know how we fix that, because we can't. And solar lights aren't going to do it. That's a great idea, but I think that and a lot of our folks that live in the woods don't necessarily have bright clothing. If you think about it, it's just kind of what oftentimes what they can get at one of the stores or something, one of the clothes closets or stuff around town.
Reflective parkas.
Yeah, we give everyone a reflective parka.
Our public works parkas, yeah.
But I mean,
Can we all agree that option 2, approval with no conditions, is off the table?
Yes, I can.
Can we agree with that, the 5 of us?
Yep.
Okay.
But option 2, what?
Option 2, approval with no conditions, is not on the table.
Yes.
Okay, so there, we've done one decision.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
If we deny this application based on predominantly safety issues, that seems to be the #1 concern. That does not mean that we will all come together in this community and work towards.
And kumbaya.
Yeah. No, there's no.
I can't guarantee that. I can guarantee that I will come to the table.
Yes. It does not mean that our decision will not be appealed.
No, that's correct.
If our decision is appealed,
what do you think the likelihood is that our courts will consider the risk of this shelter to be unreasonable?
You know, that's a good question. I have no idea.
Why we pay him.
Yeah, and you know what? He's not gonna give you an answer to that,
No,
because he doesn't
no.
know.
He's
Because,
saying that's
because
your
frankly, we may be the case law that goes with this. It may be sisters versus whatever, and that's the case law that you read about 20 years from now. Not what I want.
If they overturn our decision, our denial, then we have an approval without conditions, which is the one thing we all
Is that true?
don't.
Oh,
It is a potential outcome. The court can, under a writ of review, a remand is probably more typical, but it's not outside the scope of the.
depends on who you get for a judge.
So going back to my comment, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. Going back to my comment that if we deny this application, the town does not reasonably get worse in the safety department. So it's a little like kicking the can down the road.
You don't know that for a fact, though.
Well, you don't know it, you don't
No.
know the other way. So,
Well, right.
so,
So it's not a good point.
no, it's a perfect point. It's a perfect point, because by denying it, if we're protecting public safety, not just safety of the homeless, of course we want that, but everybody. By protecting that on this application, if it's denied, then it goes to somebody else possibly, and we'll work on it then.
Mayor, the safety of the city, not just the unhoused, is possibly going to get worse if we do nothing. So that's
don't
what
believe
that's,
that.
well, you may not believe it, but we don't know that.
I can agree to some degree.
If we did nothing
But
about
it
the
could-
houseless situation for the next 3 years, yeah, probably. But we're working on the houseless situation now. We have CLI, we're working with the rangers. We're doing a lot of things that haven't been discussed at all. We're doing affordable housing, $500,000. So
We're paying for, somebody at the county have time.
we've got showers in the park.
We pay
It's
for
not,
shower tokens.
it's
We
not-
have showers.
it's not, I'm
we've been
not
working
saying
on
what
a
we're
lot of
doing is
things.
perfect.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but it's not like we're not doing anything. And I think that if you include this application into the not doing anything, we're not doing less. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna stay the way it is after a denial tomorrow as it is today. And I don't think,
It's going to stay the way it is for the unhoused as it is today.
no, everybody in that neighborhood, things will be the same tomorrow as it is today.
I'm gonna hide under the.
And I gotta tell you, I'm a big believer in the City of Sisters. I tell people all the time, I'm the head cheerleader. That's my job as mayor, is to be an advocate for town. And Lou, I gotta tell you something, this is not on you. It's not personal. This is about what I think we can do as a community. And like I said, I've said it a couple of times, I think there's a middle ground. I think we can find it, and that's why I'm for the denial on this.
I feel like you don't need to say yes to the first person that proposes to you. I didn't, and it turned out really great.
Hey, we went through the city manager process, and we said no.
Yeah, exactly.
That wasn't easy.
And I think, I'm very hardworking group, very well-meaning, but I think that was the message over and over and over again. It's, again, we can't legally, put this on paper, but was that over and over again, people were like, well, yeah, we need to do something, and I'm happy to help, and I saw a lot more positive from the communication than negative, and I think that is the really important takeaway. But yeah, I don't believe that this is the fit for us right now, how it is being proposed. And I think that's, safety wise, there's, I think that the egress access issues are an issue. There's in Bend, there's a few quote unquote pedestrians that are killed every winter in Bend that are almost always homeless individuals who are crossing dark streets, who are wearing dark clothing because that's all they have, and getting hit by somebody that just couldn't see them, and that's unbelievably tragic for everybody involved. Want to avoid that, but I think there is an unreasonable risk to public safety. We're already hearing about it, and I think this will exacerbate it, maybe not a lot, but I think to a certain degree. And I think part of that folds into the transportation to medical services portion of this, that I've always had trouble with that one. And I know it's oddly worded to transportation to medical. It doesn't even really make any sense of why that would be in there like that.
Yeah, exactly. What are they trying to
what
get
does
at
that
there?
does that mean? I mean, you could,
Written
I don't
by
know,
a
you
bunch
could
of
you could live in
legislators, that's why
French
you need
Glen
a
and
committee.
say that I have a car and there's a road that goes to Burns where there's
I mean,
a hospital.
we've got Uber here.
I know it.
We've got transportation.
But here's what I come back to is that, again, working on kind of these other root causes, is that if we don't have any definitive care here. So if somebody needs to be transported, they're being transported in an ambulance, or they're being transported by law enforcement if it's not critical. And they're being transported a half an hour away. If you transport somebody in an ambulance, that is probably a minimum 2-hour turnaround time for them to deliver them to a hospital or an ER or some sort of definitive care. Because remember, EMTs are just there to keep you alive until you get to definitive care. Then that personnel needs to turn that vehicle over, clean it up, return to station. That means that, again, we're a rural community and we have finite resources, and that now an ambulance has been taken out of our area for up to 2 hours. Same thing with law enforcement. We don't have a jail here. We don't have a holding facility. We don't have, anything, stabilization facility here. So anybody that needs to be transported to that situation, again, is taking a law enforcement and a patrol vehicle out of the area for at least an hour. That puts, I think, it's a stressor on a system. I think that in the application, what I saw in the application, they were leaning way too hard on the availability of public resources that we all share and we all pay for. And I wasn't seeing, that's why I was kind of needling them a little bit about, are you going to provide, a security guard or something like that? Because it's like, there is potential for higher than average need of some, services like that, law enforcement or medical. So I feel like kind of just leaning on, got that stuff in town. I thought it was a little bit unfair, and is kind of a stressor to our public service, or public safety. So that, that was kind of where I was feeling that there was weakness in that. And that, again, is not really, I'm not really pointing the finger at the cold weather shelter group on that one. Again, I do not believe this was written for communities of our size, who don't have comprehensive or basic services, depending on the day or the hour. So that's where I stand on that.
Councilor Cobb, approval with conditions? Is that the way you want to go?
Yeah, that's
okay.
where I'm going. I'd like to say something more. For years, we've all cared about the unhoused for years. We've been working, and you, Mayor, for longer, much longer, and Andrea and the 4 councilors, much longer than myself in my short time here, been working to address the affordable housing issue, which doesn't necessarily take care of the unhoused, but it's a step in the right direction. And that has been taking a long time because of the way the process works or doesn't work. And it would be nice to have a future plan, but you know, I mean, we've had unhoused for years and we still don't have a plan for the unhoused, except what these people have been offering this town.
That's not the only plan. The next idea might be the plan where maybe everybody can come together and find that middle ground.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Or,
Okay.
or alternatively, we as a council, you want to take the lead on the issue and come up with a plan that's council-led? We could probably do that. We have the authority to come up with ideas.
Yes, but we haven't. That's my point.
Well,
But I'm still not done yet. And then the addressing of the housing crisis has been so slow that our state was forced to do something that we don't like in order to help the unhoused.
they created the problem. Their housing issues created the problem for the houseless. The state is trying to play from both sides, where they create the housing issue and then try to solve the housing issue. It's not working very well.
Well,
That's just my opinion, but
yeah,
you know.
that's your opinion. So I still feel very strongly that it's a really difficult decision to push forward on this, even though you know, it was forced on us, even though everything's not as tightly wound as we would like it to be. I feel that we can negotiate with this good group of people and come up with the contingencies that would be very amicable to all five of us, and move forward and have our city helping people in crisis in a little a place that actually gives them room to do what they want to do, that where they've for years tried to find a place to rent. They couldn't in Sisters. So here we are. This is a solution and a manna from heaven. I mean, it's you know, we as a council are always trying to figure out where are we going to get funding for this, that, and the other thing. This is funded. So, I mean, I feel very strongly about this. That,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your approval with conditions?
Yep.
I'm a denial. Councilor Letts?
I'm a denial.
Approval with conditions.
Gary?
It's not going to be that easy.
Well, that's what the script calls for. I conducted
No,
a
no,
roll call
yeah,
and
no, I
everybody's
just-
everybody's
I mean-
made a decision, except for
Do we
Councilor Ross.
have to make a decision tonight? I mean, is that? the-
Well, I guess this is going to be way out in left field, but what the heck? It's late and I'm in left field. The way, my concern, like I said, is Barkley. That's my biggest concern. And if a way can be found to move folks from the woods to the shelter and back to the woods at night without having to be on Barkley, I could do it. But see, now we're talking something totally different, see? And so that's until we figure the Barkley issue out, especially with the roundabout coming in, I'm probably gonna have to be a no, unless we can figure that out. Because I just don't think it's safe to walk on that street at night with the lighting that's there. And, you know, I wish that this building were located in the new industrial park on the other side of Pine, where you know, it's sidewalks and lit, and it's adjacent to the forest. That would be perfect, but it's not. And you know, that's the thing that I look at and I think about. And so if push comes to shove tonight, I'm probably going to say no, because I just can't figure out how to solve the issue of safety on that street. And it's only gonna take one death for me to know that I made the wrong decision.
Okay, so the next up is a motion for a decision.
No, again, because we're going to reduce it to writing.
Okay,
So the way it'll play out is we need to schedule the next time you guys will take it up. Staff is going to attempt to draw up a decision based on what we've heard here tonight. And at that meeting, you guys are going to tell us if we got it right or wrong. And you'll adopt a decision or amended decision or some form of written decision at that time.
Carrie, are we gonna try and do that at the next city council meeting?
No, it looks like if it's amenable to you, it would be the 19th, another special meeting.
Another special meeting.
19th is,
Now,
what day of the week is that?
Staff to draft it.
Okay, what day of the week is that?
Tuesdays.
Okay,
2 weeks from now.
is that,
Well, I gotta look at a calendar.
okay. With the record being closed, it's gonna be a pretty short meeting, I would assume, depending on what happens up here. Question. If somebody changes their mind, they can do that, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Do we have any other findings than safety
well, we've had a whole night of, we've said, I mean,
that are applicable to the criteria?
Do you need that now if we do?
They can't create findings that we
Right.
haven't discussed,
Right.
I assume.
We would certainly have to fill in the gaps. And again, you know, we are also shooting at a moving target because something could change or someone could change on some particular issue, but
On pain of death.
we would do our best efforts based on what we've heard here. If you guys don't open the record, then of course, there's no more additional feedback to come in. So we would be going off of what you've given us tonight.
okay. Is everybody okay with that?
So I ask again, is it really going to take staff that additional time if I only hear one primary issue of concern? Maybe
two, if you.
Maybe two if you consider
And then
medical transportation?
Councilor Letts actually came up with a few other things on her own.
Oh,
so
she waffled there a little.
Maybe.
Okay.
But obviously, minutes have to be written and then minutes have to be evaluated. And
the next meeting is the 13th, and
yeah,
drafting
No, I
the
understand.
findings and publishing
it's
it on
fine.
Friday is pretty short.
I just wanted to do
So-
as quickly as we could.
everybody's okay with where we're
Well,
at?
I'm not okay with the decision. I feel like crap, but I think that's the decision I have to make.
Okay. So,
I really do.
are the minutes gonna say poo or crap? I kind of want to know.
I go with.
Okay, so we are adjourning this public meeting or closing it
Do we need to
or continue it?
choose a date certain that they come back? Where's that?
Yeah, we might as well lock in the schedule, and that is what we will shoot for, and we will formally carry over deliberations till
Do I need
that
to make that
date.
statement?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Barring further discussion, we were going to continue this on the 19th. Public testimony has already been closed, so that's not in question. And we will allow legal to draft a decision, and I assume we'll get it ahead of time so we can evaluate if we need to
And I hear.
make small changes or something?
Yeah, this is a consensus decision, so the final decision will be based on what we do at that next meeting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it'll be written.
That's how bad I feel.
Is there any further discussion? City Manager Wheeler, Wheels has not said a word tonight.
I know it. He's been
All you
surprisingly
tonight, Council.
quiet.
Okay, all right.
So that would be another 5 PM
I was
meeting?
gonna just confirm September 19th, Tuesday at 5 PM. Does that work?
Fine with me.
I assume it's okay, yeah. If anybody has any issues, we have a little bit of time to see calendars before tomorrow, before we make the actual time, but we'll assume 5 PM unless someone has an issue. All right, we're adjourned.